Savage Magic, Savagery and Skills Book 4 by Kiara Graves.
Chapter 1. Draven. "Wait, I'm sorry," Marley said, and my hand tightened around Seneca's protectively. "You did what?" "I didn't do it on purpose," Seneca repeated for the fourth time. "It just happened." Marley shook his head. "No, that doesn't just happen, Seneca. You did something. You want him to have rings or something, is that it? Do you not want this war to be over? For him to be destroyed?" "Of course I do," she shouted, on her feet now. "You sure about that? I mean, are you really sure?" In warning, I glared at Marley to keep his damn mouth shut, but he ignored me. In private, I told him about Seneca's meetings with Rudarius, hoping he would have been smart enough to keep that bit to himself. No one else needed to know Seneca had nearly been seduced by that monster, and here he was about ready to tell an entire roomful of people. "I don't know what you're trying to imply," Seneca said quietly, her hand shaking as she stomped toward her brother, "but you have no idea what you're talking about. Drop it." Marley didn't back down. I rose slowly, making ready to throw myself between them. "Why don't you tell them all, huh? Tell them what else happened while you were on this little adventure of yours. Tell them why I don't believe you're really fighting for the good guys anymore." "Marley," I yelled. At the same time, Seneca's hand curled into a fist and she decked him. He flew back into the wall, and she was on him in a shot, her hand wrapped around his throat as she drew her fist back. "You bastard," she seethed. "You're my brother, and you're going to stand there and accuse me of being a traitor." He spat blood from his mouth. "Tell them. Convince me I'm wrong." She tensed for a second hit. I caught her arm. "Don't," I warned her. "Get control of your temper right now. We don't have time to fight amongst ourselves." "You're right. We don't, because that asshole has a whole new set of rings now, thanks to Seneca." I cursed as soon as the words slipped from Marley's mouth. She screamed and grabbed him by the throat with both hands. She swung him around and threw him toward the kitchen. He scrambled to get up and defend himself, but she was on him too fast, kicking him further into the kitchen. She hoisted him up and looked more than ready to toss him through the new back door when I bellowed her name. She panted, chest heaving as she held fast to her brother. Her emerald eyes darkened for a long moment as I neared her, with Owen and Shane behind me. "Put him down gently and back away from your brother. Marley, if you say another word, I'll take your other hand." "Got it." Seneca hissed and didn't let Marley go, but she hadn't thrown him yet either. I took a step closer, reaching for her arm. "Seneca, let him go." Her eye twitched, and she unleashed her grip on Marley's shirt. He crashed to the floor with a grunt. "You're lucky they're here to save your ass," she muttered darkly. "Don't you dare talk to me like that again. Got it? You have no idea what I'm going through. None of you do." The tension in the kitchen rose until Helena joined us, stepping between her grandchildren, scowling from one to the other. "Both of you back to the living room right now." When neither moved, she glared even fiercer. I said no. Seneca waited for a beat, then did as she'd ordered. Marley sulked along behind her, keeping his distance. "Draven, I would like a word with you outside in private." Helena hurried out the back door. Worried, I glanced toward the living room. "We'll watch her," Owen assured me. "Don't worry." I wasn't sure I liked Owen being back in this house and so close to Seneca, but she was with me, not him, and I was damn sure he knew that. I nodded and followed Helena out into the garden. Tents were set up in the field just beyond the fence. The demons who decided to stay and assist us in the coming fight needed a place to take shelter and make ready. Macron had warded it the best he could, assisted by several other mages that had escaped Valesk before it was destroyed, but he told me it wouldn't last forever. The mages had been weakened, their power not nearly as strong as it needed to be, but I'd take what we could get for now. Once the vampires, as well as the Fae, arrived, we'd have to find a place to put them all. "How is she?" Helena asked quietly as I approached, turning my thoughts away from our growing army. "She's fine." She slid me a sideways look, and I stiffened under the weight of it. I want the truth, Draven. I'm not Marley. I can take it. Now tell me the truth. How is she? I walked away, wishing I had good news to give Helena. We'd returned from evacuating Valesk, and there'd been very little time to talk. But something had changed deep within Seneca. It wasn't just Rudarius getting inside her head, though I'm sure that didn't help matters. This dark magic, it felt wrong. I had no other way to explain it other than I knew it wasn't right. Nothing about it was. Not good, I finally replied lamely. She's not good, not at all. And I don't know how to help her. Marley opening his fat mouth doesn't help. What was he talking about? I wasn't sure I should be the one to tell Helena. I made that mistake with Marley, and look where I ended up. You'll have to ask her. I can't tell you that. I won't. Helena looked at me long and hard, sighed, and made her way to the bench beneath the sturdy oak tree. Though Seneca was still inside, the orbs shifting from red to orange, then back again, let me know she had yet to calm down. Helena moved through them, then sat down, looking far older than she had when Shane and Lark rescued her. You truly love her. I respect that. I admire it. It's hard to love someone who's struggling with such darkness inside her. Such anger. We have our moments. I'm sure you do. She motioned to the bench, but I was too anxious to sit still. If you won't speak to me about her time with Rudarius, what will you tell me? The back door was closed, and we were alone. Even still, I worried we'd be overheard. I gave in and sat down beside Helena. She said right before she forged the rings, there was a voice inside her head. It wasn't hers or Rudarius's, but it could have been another trick. A voice. Yes, that's what she said, and I think she's still hearing it. How do you know? I'd left Seneca to get cleaned up after returning from Valesk. I went back in to check on her, and heard her talking through the bathroom door. I told Helena exactly what I heard. At first, I thought she was talking to Rudarius, but this was different. She sounded so different from herself. I should have opened that door and looked, but for some reason, I backed away. What does this mean for her? Helena said nothing for a long while, as the wind rustled the dead leaves in the tree branches overhead. Macron and I discussed the small possibility of this happening, she finally said softly. Of what happening? I was all ears now, wondering if I should go and kick Macron's ass for keeping something from me and Seneca. Helena, what is going on with her? Seneca is the last of her kind, she said in a rush, sounding flustered, something Helena never was, at least not in the short time I'd been around her. As such, when she sought out the forges, when she found the last resting place of the Saran kingdom, it wasn't just her power she put into those rings. My heart sank even lower than it was already. Meaning what? She's carrying the power of the entire Saran people in her veins. All of it from the very beginning to the very end. How can one person hold that much power? They can't, not for long, she replied sadly. Why didn't you tell us this before she left? I meant to ask it quietly, but the question came out as a yell. I was on my feet, glaring at her. What the hell is wrong with you? You're all so desperate for an end to Rudarius, no one stopped to think what you were doing? How much more pain do you think she can take, huh? How much more does she have to be tortured before she can be at peace? We hoped it wouldn't happen, she explained calmly. Right, because everything else we've tried has worked out so well for her. Draven, stop, you need to understand. No, I don't, I shouted, and this time she clamped her lips shut and her face paled in the face of my rage. Do you have any idea what she's been going through since this mess started? Do you even care? I do, she argued. No, you don't. If you did, you would have told her and Macron not to go. Now, she's stuck with rings that are going to end up tearing her apart and voices inside her head telling her to do who knows what. How had this happened? We'd had a plan, a decent plan, a way to get one up on Rudarius, and once again, it backfired in our faces. All my talks of staying positive and finding a way to survive this war seemed pointless now. What was the point when no matter what move we made, we ended up in a worse-off situation? She's strong, Helena was saying, but I scoffed. She is. She can make it through this. Right, sure she can because she's not already losing her shit. Did you not see her in there? She's ready to kill anyone who pisses her off. I saw that look in her eyes. I paused as Helena's eyes filled with guilt, and she wouldn't meet my gaze anymore. Please tell me that's not what you're hoping for. Rudarius has become far stronger than we ever expected, she said as she stood, smoothing her hands down her jeans. There's no more time. No other way. How bad will it get? I don't know. I hissed as I walked right up to her, glaring into eyes that looked so much like Seneca's. You don't know. You've probably condemned your granddaughter to hell. I just want you to understand that, so when she turns on us, when I have to be the one to end her, you'll understand if I come after you and Macron next. Don't threaten her. Macron appeared behind me suddenly. I whirled around and glared at him. Not now, old man. Both of you should go inside and talk to her. She needs to hear this. She's not ready for the truth. I looked from one to the other, not believing what I was hearing. Both of you stand there and claim to love her, but you're going to keep her in the dark. Don't you think if she knows this, she might have a chance to fight back? Macron glanced to Helena, and she shook her head. She can't know. Too late. We whirled around. Seneca stood on the other side of the garden gate, watching, eyes narrowed, hands shaking at her sides. I guessed being the living room with her brother hadn't gone well. Those vibrant green eyes flickered with anger, but not from the magic inside her. That was all Seneca. I waited for the yelling to start, the screaming and the cursing, but then she started to back away from the fence. Seneca, wait, I said. She paused, surprising me. What? How much did you hear? Macron asked, as I opened my mouth to ask her if she was all right. The mage was an idiot, and I considered decking him for pushing her. His question wasn't asked kindly but urgently, angrily, almost. He waited impatiently for an answer, not seeming to feel my glare on him. Or doing a damned good job of ignoring me. Enough. Seneca lifted her right hand. The rings crackled with dark shadows and small bursts of white sparks. You did this to me. You let them all get inside my head. What did you think would happen, you jackass? She shouted the last so harshly Helena flinched, but not Macron. He took her anger, stared her down. I wouldn't have put you through it if I didn't think you would come out the other side stronger for it, and live. Live, right? She laughed bitterly. You think I'm going to live through this? You know about the vision Briar showed me. That's me not living. That's forcing Draven to end me. Gods, do you ever think of anyone else? That's why I'm doing this. No, don't you dare lay that save the world bullshit on me. I won't listen to it. Not anymore. She turned to leave. Macron hurried after her. Where do you think you're going? I'm leaving. You can't. Not now. We're on the brink of war. We are gathering an army. This is not the time to abandon everyone. Why not? I'm not a queen. I'm not a princess or a ruler. I'm not anything but your damned weapon. Just like I was for everyone else. You're using me, she snarled as she charged through the gate right up to him. You took me to that damn place knowing they'd all end up inside my head, talking to me, never shutting the hell up. I wanted to know what they were saying to her, but never got the chance. Macron was talking again. I never would have let any of this happen to you, if I knew you weren't going to make it. As soon as the words left his mouth, I cursed and made ready to intervene. Seneca blinked. Her lips lifted in a small smile of disbelief, then fell away as her brow furrowed in confusion. What did you say? Macron squared his shoulders but didn't repeat himself. Any of this happened to me. You're not just talking about the rings, are you? When he still said nothing, she leaned right into his face and screamed, "Are you? Answer me. Damn it." I growled quietly, unable to help myself as the truth came out. Macron's strong facade shattered in the face of her disbelief, and the guilt poured off him in waves. My lip twitched in disgust at the harsh stench, waiting for him to admit what he'd done. "I had no choice," he finally whispered. "We mages knew there was a war coming, and you're the last of your kind. If the rest of us failed to stop Rudarius, then we needed you to become strong. By letting Rudarius kidnap me and torture me," she shouted so loud those inside the house flooded out the back door looking worried. "I didn't know. I thought, Seneca, I'm so sorry, but we had to. Did you know what he'd do to me? That he'd turn me into this freak?" When Macron said nothing again, I hissed, outraged for her. "How did you know?" I demanded. "Macron, how did you know he would turn her?" "One amongst us saw it," he replied quietly. "I spoke out against it, but we saw what you could become. And tell me, in this vision of yours, which version of me won? If you could just control your anger, see the good you are about to do, then you can beat this," he insisted. "I have faith in you. I trusted you," she whispered, hurt and in obvious pain. "You, of all people. You betrayed me." She backed away, then kept on walking. Macron and Helena called out to her, but she flipped them off and continued toward the field and the woods. "Watch over her," Macron said, his face paling when I let the full weight of my glare fall on him. "Please, Draven. What do you think I've been trying to do all this time? And you just keep making it worse. We did what we had to do. Seneca does what she has to do, too. Seneca would have been a lot better off if she had nothing to do with any of you," I replied hotly. I glanced toward the cottage and the multitude of faces looking at us. I threw up my hands and hurried after Seneca. It wasn't hard to find her. The sound of trees cracking was loud enough to know exactly where she was. I leaned against another trunk and watched as she beat the crap out of several large oaks around her. She screamed and cursed as she punched them over and over again. When her knuckles were raw and bleeding, she backed away and fell to her knees. I blurred to her side then and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "Why?" she whispered. "What did I do, huh? Why me?" I had no answers to give her, nothing to say that would make her feel better. "I don't know," I finally said. "But we'll get through this together. Don't worry about them, any of them. You focus on the end game, and please don't push me away. Not now. I don't want to." She curled against my chest there in the woods, in the dead leaves and dirt. She didn't say anything else, but the words hung in the air all the same. She didn't want to push me away, but she was going to do it anyway. The voices inside her head, the spirit of the Saran people, they'd make her shove me to the side. And once again, I was helpless to save her from this torment. I couldn't take on the rings and the power for her. All I could do was sit here, be with her, and tell myself I couldn't be the one to finish her off if it came down to it. I wouldn't be the final one that betrayed her.
Chapter 2. Seneca. Draven and I sat in the woods holding hands, talking quietly about nothing important. Our backs rested against each other's, and as the sky began to lighten, I squeezed his hand. "You need to get inside." "I'll be fine for a bit longer," he replied. "I don't want you to get burned. Go inside. I'll be there in a little while." He shifted behind me, and then his lips were pressed against my forehead. I leaned into his touch, hugging him. "See you inside then." Then he was gone. I moved only far enough over so I could rest my back on a tree trunk. As the sun rose, I watched the sky lighten, the pink giving way to orange, then brighter shades of yellow that would eventually turn to a cheery blue sky. It was going to be a sunny day. How perfect. I shut my eyes, knowing I should get back to the cottage, but everyone was there. I smiled. No, they probably weren't. Draven would kick them all out for me. That's how good he was. He'd do everything he could to keep me from losing my mind now. Someone had to, because I wasn't sure how long I could hold out. You're not alone. We're here with you. We're always here with you. Remember your purpose, Seneca. Remember why you have the rings. Go away, I whispered, not in the mood to hear them now. The voices, now that I knew who and what they were, didn't frighten me, but they were irritating. How was I supposed to carry the weight of an entire people on my soul? They continued to whisper and promise me greatness, but all I wanted was a few moments alone. I scrunched my eyes shut and breathed in deep, let it out, then did it again. Bit by bit my body relaxed, and then I wasn't in the woods anymore. The ground beneath me turned soft, the tree at my back was gone, and the smell of wet decaying leaves was replaced by a fire in a hearth and the sweet aroma of fresh blood. I didn't even open my eyes but felt a goblet pushed into my hand gently, and the cushion I sat on sank as someone joined me on what I realized now was a couch. If I might be so bold as to say this, you look terrible, my pet. I laughed quietly, opening my eyes to find myself back in the room with Rudarius. He too was smiling. I shrugged. I'm never going to be rid of this place. Do you want to be? You and I both know you could sever this connection. He was right. I did know that. I could do it right now, and ensure I'd never come back, but the thought of doing that left me feeling uneasy. I drank the blood he'd handed me, and rested my head against the couch as I pulled my feet under me. I still hate you. For now. You hate me for now. I was too mentally exhausted to argue with him. Why was I even here? I should be at the cottage with Draven, and yet I was here to what? Let myself be comforted by Rudarius? A small sliver of understanding and almost forgiveness started to appear in the back of my mind. He might have turned me, but Rudarius had been used just as I had. If the mages had wanted to keep me safe, they would have. Rudarius never would have gotten his hands on me. But he had. And he'd created the only weapon strong enough to destroy him. It was sad, really. I almost told him as much, but all the voices of the siren were shouting all at once, and I cringed from the resounding pain it left in my skull. Do you ever wonder if you would have made different choices, what would have happened? How different this would have turned out? I asked quietly. Rudarius tilted his head, studying me closely. I do. That surprised me, and I looked into his eyes. They were not red but a dark hazel. They were clear. I'd never seen them like that. It was a trick most likely, but I didn't call him out for it. And? His eyes searched mine for a long, drawn-out moment. And I realized no matter what I chose, I would have ended up right where I am now for the most part. I wish I would have been different in one regard, Seneca, and one regard only. Then perhaps you wouldn't look at me like you wish to see my head removed from my body. I drained the blood in the goblet and set it on the table. What would you do if you found out everything you thought you knew was a lie? Ah, I see. More of the truth has come out? Traitors. I'm surrounded by traitors and villains. All except Draven. So before you say anything against him, I'd watch it, I added. Rudarius gave me a sardonic grin. You know me oh so well. Yeah. Still not joining you. Then why have you come here? Surely if you wanted to be comforted, you would be with Draven and not me. I rose, unable to sit still any longer. Draven could never understand this anger inside me. But I can. You're drawing him in. Do it now. Show him you have the upper hand. Show him what awaits him. Use his own power against him. Do it, Seneca. Do it now. Seneca? I rolled my head on my neck and turned to face Rudarius again. You do comfort me, I admitted, not sure where the words came from, but his eyes widened at them all the same. It's strange and something I can't explain, but you do. He came to me then, walking slowly as if approaching an animal that might try to take his head off. He'd be right on that count. Then join me and be done with the others. I will not betray you. I cupped his cheek in my hand. I know because you already did. The partial smile that had been on his face at my touch faltered. What? I placed my other hand so I held his face as I hissed quietly. You betrayed me all those years ago. You told me the truth, yeah, but you betrayed me. Care to see? Care to know exactly what you did to me? Seneca, what are you doing? This isn't you. What's not? That look in your eyes, he said, trying to pull free, but I held him fast. His hands covered my wrists, but there was no breaking free of my hold. Seneca. Oh, is that fear I sense in you? Good, let's see if we can't amplify that feeling. I wasn't sure how he created this room for us to be in, but I closed my eyes and imagined it shifting around us. Rudarius struggled to get free, but he wasn't going anywhere, not with so many voices inside my head urging me on, giving me the strength required to keep him right where I wanted him. Trapped in my grasp for a change. I sensed the room changing, twisting, and the moment I recognized it would appear as I wanted, I opened my eyes. We were in Rudarius's dungeons, just as I remembered them. I let go of his face. He stepped back, looking around confused. What are we doing here? Showing you what true fear is. I shoved him into a wall, and manacles snaked up his arms, forcing him back against the harsh stones. 2 more closed around his ankles. There. He strained to pull free, his eyes fearful and wide as he shook his head. What are you doing? Showing you all I remember of the comfort you gave me. I stepped to the side as a line of vampires moved forward, their faces expressionless. Each one was familiar from my memories though. Yet another vampire Rudarius forced to bite me, feed off my blood. Shall we begin? Rudarius didn't scream, not at first. He cursed and shouted for me to stop this madness, as the vampires tore at his arms and neck, biting him with relish. And it was just that, madness. I knew this wasn't me torturing him. I didn't want to stand there and watch as his skin became torn and bloody, as his anger gave way to true fear. When he started to plead with me, I reached as if to undo the manacles, but the chorus of voices rose within me again, and instead my hand went to his mouth. He fought against me, but in this reality I was stronger. I pried open his jaws, and as he growled and hissed, I tore his fangs from his mouth as he shouted. As he watched, I shattered them into pieces in my fists, turning them into dust. He sagged against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth open and wounds. Not wings, but I'm sure it still hurts. Why are you doing this? Why do you think? I leaned against the wall beside him. Just giving you a taste of your future. How do you like it so far? The dungeon shifted around us. I frowned. I wasn't doing that. Rudarius's hands suddenly snapped free of the manacles, and he grabbed hold of my shoulders. I blinked, and we were back in the other room. He threw me into the far wall. I bashed my head against the stone. My vision blurred and my stomach heaved, realizing what I'd just done. Granted, he was Rudarius, the enemy, but I just sank to his level. I tortured him for the joy of it. And you'll do it again and again, until we break him. My eyes slipped to the rings on Rudarius's left hand. That's all they wanted, so they could be free to do as they pleased. Rudarius roared, and his fist collided with my face. I didn't even fight back, my mind in turmoil over it being pulled so many directions. He punched me 2 more times, but on the 4th his fist stopped short of making contact. Seneca? There was nothing I could say. He needed to die, and those rings I prayed they'd be destroyed with him. The second the thought crossed my mind, the voices screamed as one inside my head, and I screamed with them, clutching at my temples as I fell to the floor. Rudarius was talking, but I had to get away from him, away from this damn place. I pictured myself back in the woods, and when I rolled over to my back, I looked up into a maze of tree branches swaying lightly in the breeze. The screaming had stopped. Dead leaves fluttered down around me. The sun had been up for a while now. Draven was probably worried about me. Had he felt any of what I just did? Gods, I hoped not. I scrambled to stand upright, but the world spun around me, and I was left bending over, losing whatever tiny amount of food I'd had last night. You will weaken him, and when the time comes for the final battle, you will defeat him. I can't do this, I whispered when I finished heaving. I can't. You don't have a choice. You will do it willingly, or you will become nothing but a puppet, unable to think. Unable to move as you want. What would that do to poor Draven, huh? Don't you dare talk about him. Then do as we say and all will be well. You'll see. Everyone who ever thought they could use us, control us, will no longer matter. It'll be over soon. Just follow the plan. Stay on course. All will be well. All would not be well, but if they heard that thought, they stayed quiet. I stumbled through the trees until I reached the field. The cottage seemed so cheery, sitting there in the sunlight surrounded by a white fence. It should have been happy, filled with life. And instead, it was becoming a prison. Draven was already too worried about me. I couldn't let him know how bad it really was inside my head. Couldn't admit that I was slipping toward the side of evil. Torture. I just tortured Rudarius. And I enjoyed it. A shudder had me digging my nails into the bark of a large maple, holding onto it until the tremors finally ceased. I would just have to find a way to use this power inside me, and not let it use me. Even as I thought it, a faint echo of laughter fluttered past my ears. They could laugh all they wanted, but I was not going to lose myself. I was not going down that easy. When I arrived back at the cottage, Draven had been sleeping, but it was far from peaceful. He tossed as I watched, hissing as his face screwed up in pain. My name slipped from his lips, and I hurried to change into my sleep clothes and crawled beneath the blankets beside him. His arms instinctively found me, pulling me to him. I closed my eyes, the hardness of his chest against my back more comforting than any other sensation I could think of. My eyes slipped closed, and eventually I drifted off to sleep. Sometime later, there were voices coming from the living room. From behind me, Draven growled. The sound rumbling through my body. What's wrong? I told them not to come here until nightfall. That is not nightfall, he muttered, pointing toward the heavily curtained window with a hint of sunlight clinging to the sky. Stay here. I'll scare them off. No, it's fine. We should get up anyway. See what's going on. He growled against my neck, then pulled the covers up over our heads. Not yet. I couldn't help but smile as he kissed my shoulder. I spun around in his arms and captured his mouth with mine. I'd been having a good dream for once. And I noticed belatedly, there were voices clamoring for attention in my head. Those voices. Maybe staying in bed for a bit longer would be a good idea after all. I was about to tell him to go ahead and yell at everyone to leave when there was a loud knock at the door. Draven snarled as he sat up. What? Messengers have arrived from the covens, Marley called through the door. And the Phi are going to be arriving in a couple of hours. We need to talk about where we're going to start putting everyone. Can't this wait an hour? The vampires seem anxious to speak with you. Is Seneca awake? He glanced at me as he replied. Not yet. Why? Macron wanted to know how she was doing. I'll be sure to let her know he's asking about his damned personal weapon. I rested a hand on his shoulder, his body humming with his sudden anger. Tell the vampires I'll be out soon. Draven? Soon, Marley, and not a damned minute more. Marley's steps shuffled outside the door for a minute longer, then the voices left the living room. Draven fell back to the bed, his arm over his head. Macron really ticked you off last night, I commented. And not you. Oh, he did. Don't get me wrong, but I don't want you committing murder on my behalf. I'd take on the world for you, he said so sincerely as those blue eyes looked into mine. My heart stuttered. Same, I replied, pressing my palm to his cheek. He turned so he could kiss it. But there are worse enemies to face, and we're going to need everyone we can get, right? Maybe after Rudarius is dead, we can kill Macron. I worried for a second he wouldn't realize I was kidding, until he laughed and kissed me again. I guess I should get out there before your brother comes back. Might be a good idea. As soon as he left my arms, a din of noise crowded inside my head. I cringed. Draven turned back, a question on his face. I held up my hand to tell him I was fine, but the closer he moved toward me, the less I heard the voices that crowded my mind, telling me to get a move on and get back to the plan. Draven's hand found my shoulder, and the voices died completely. "No shit," I whispered. "What is it? The voices? Are they back?" They were. I glanced at his hand. "Step back for a second. Seneca, what are you doing? Just do it, please." He frowned but took a step away from me. The voices crowded me again, and a strange buzzing sounded in my ears. I saw what I did to Rudarius, the torture, and how the voices wanted me to do it all over again. I grabbed for Draven's hand, fumbling to place it back on my shoulder. The second he made contact, there was only me inside my head again. I grimaced. "Damn it. Can you tell me what's going on here? Whenever you're touching me, I can't hear the voices at all." His gaze slipped to my hand. "I know you don't want to, but what if you just take the rings off just for a little while? Give yourself a break." "No. It's too risky. But if it gives you a chance to think clearly." I shook my head. "And lose what control I do have over this power? You saw what I was like before. Even then, they were calling to me. With the rings, I at least can't go supernova and destroy everyone before Rudarius gets his chance." "All right, then what do you want to do?" "Stay by you as much as I can." He kissed my forehead. "Don't think that'll be an issue." He glanced over his shoulder toward the bathroom. "For the most part. Get ready. I'll wait for you here. I'll be fine for a few minutes." He didn't look so sure but said he'd be quick, and blurred into the bathroom. The shower turned on a second later, and I laid back down, closed my eyes, and focused on positive thoughts. Not on the rings crackling with energy on my right hand. Or the plan the voices wanted me to carry out. Or how I tortured Rudarius as he tortured me. I wasn't going to sink that low. I couldn't. "Yes, you will. You will do whatever it takes to bring Rudarius down and take what is ours." I rolled over and faced the wall. "No, I won't. Besides, it's your damn fault he has the rings." "Is it now? Who were you thinking of while we were trying to speak with you?" "It's your fault if I was," I argued, speaking aloud because the water was still running in the bathroom. "You were talking to me. You did this." "Oh no. Don't place this blame on us. You listened to his taint the same as you listened to us. You let him in, but don't worry. He'll soon find out how much of a mistake that was, letting you inside his head as he has. I won't do that again. I won't torture him." The voices kept talking, but I refused to acknowledge them. They were going to turn me into a bloodthirsty killer. Something Helena and Macron seemed to be hoping for. There wasn't a chance in hell I was going to talk to either one until this was all over. The way my temper had been lately, there was a strong chance I would accidentally kill one of them. Or both. Would that be such a bad thing? I growled, annoyed that the voices broke through, loud and clear now. "2 more people you don't need, out of the way. All you need is us. Let us show you. Just leave me alone. Kill them, Seneca, show them who you truly are. Show them all. With them gone, you can focus on Rudarius and getting those rings back. You know it's what you want to do, spill some blood, drink it for all we care. We all know how much you enjoy those blood rages." I snarled and dug my nails into the sheets, waiting for it to stop. A hand landed on my shoulder and Draven was there, hauling me into his arms. I sank into his chest as he talked to me quietly. The words didn't even register, but they calmed me down all the same. "You're sure about leaving the rings on?" "Yeah, I'm damn sure about that. Sadly." Did I tell him I knew how Rudarius got the rings? Or what the voices were telling me to do? He should know so he could be ready to stop me from doing something unforgivable, but then I saw how much weight was already on his shoulders. The messengers from the covens were here, the Phi were coming, and they were all going to be looking to him for answers to lead them. I'd have to find some way to keep my shit under control on my own. Once I was dressed, we joined Marley, the vampire messengers, and Ash in a kitchen I was pretty damn sure was getting smaller by the day. Marley offered me a cup of coffee, which I took, careful not to look at him. At all. For anything. I was still pissed at him for yesterday's outburst. He had no idea what was going on upstairs in my head, and until he went through what I had, I wasn't about to stand there and take his shit. I could read his expression well enough to know he wasn't ready to apologize to me yet. Or trust me for that matter. Draven held my hand the entire time he talked, never once loosening his grip. While he discussed details with the vampires and Ash, I listened but didn't feel the need to say anything. Really, I was too impressed listening to Draven taking command. He was born to be a leader. I started to have some hope that this crazy plan of ours might work after all. Marley's gaze constantly shifted to me. At one point our eyes met, and he stiffened, apparently not liking whatever it was he saw on my face. He quickly looked away, and didn't let it happen a second time. "The covens will arrive in 3 days' time," one of the vampires said. I missed his name. "We'll need shelter from the sun, of course." "That is something I've been trying to figure out," Draven said. "What is?" I asked. Every set of eyes turned to me. "Where we're going to put an entire army of vampires and Fae," he replied. "The fields? I'm sure we can erect tents that will be thick enough to block out the sun. The mages and demons are already camped past the gardens anyway. Won't the owner wonder why there's an army gathering in his fields?" I grinned as I sipped my coffee. "Trust me. She won't mind." Draven frowned down at me. "Something you forgot to mention? Why else do you think Owen set up the demons and mages where he did? How much of those fields do you own?" I shrugged as I murmured, "All of them to the tree line." His brow rose, then he laughed. "What? You never asked, and I was damn good at my job. Made a pretty penny before all this shit started." "Right," he said, still smiling. "We'll have tents set up for the vampires for when they arrive. We shall relay all this to our leaders." After a quick bow, the vampires blurred out of the kitchen. Their actions seemed to throw Draven off. His smile fell, and he looked like he wanted to be anywhere but standing in this kitchen, realizing the full brunt of being designated leader of this army. "I'll see to the Fae as they begin to arrive," Ash told us, and even he bowed respectively to Draven, winked at me, then left us in the kitchen alone with Marley. "Sounds like everything's under control for now," I mentioned. "Surprisingly it does." He glanced down at me again as he asked, "You really own all that land?" "I'm a Fae. I didn't want the big house. I didn't want a car. I wanted land. I did have dreams to start orchards at some point. Maybe even expand the garden." My heart sank. Those plans would probably never become a reality, not now. Doesn't matter. As long as we have a place for everyone to set up, then we're good, right? "Come on," Draven said as he led me toward the back door. "Where are you two going?" Marley asked, his tone harsh. "Out." "Problem with that?" Draven growled as Marley approached, studying our clasped hands. "Something I should know about?" "I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about." "Bullshit. You really think being attached at the hip is going to stop her from going off again? Or stop her from talking to Rudarius?" Even as I told myself not to react, still holding the coffee mug, my hand clenched. The mug fell in almost slow motion through the air, shattered, landing at my feet. Marley jumped back, as if somehow that was going to make me attack him. Draven picked me up easily and set me on the counter. "Watch your feet," he warned me gently, then leaned in closer and whispered against my ear. "I have to let go for a minute. You okay?" I nodded. The second he let go, the voices rushed in full force. I bit the inside of my cheek to stop from cursing, sensing Marley's gaze focused on me. Draven picked up the broken mug and swept up the glass in less than a minute, then helped me back off the counter. His hands were back on me. I let out a shaky breath. As I said, we're going out. If you have something to say, Marley, I suggest you think very carefully about it. We'll be back. Draven took me outside into the garden, but we didn't stay there. We walked out of the side gate and into the tall brown grass in the fields. The dirt was soft beneath my bare feet, a bit chilly, but nothing I wasn't used to. You looked like you could use some fresh air, he said after a while. I'm all right, really. Tell me about your plans for the land. Draven? I sighed. He spun me around so I faced the fields, my back to his chest. Come on, what do you see? Tell me. I'm curious. I shook my head, but he nuzzled my neck until I was laughing and gave in. All right. So over there, I said, pointing to the right side of the fields, that's where the sun shines the longest. The garden would go there, a huge one. One you could get lost in for hours. And over there, I nodded toward the left, that's where I'd put a greenhouse. Always wanted one, so I could have flowers all year round. The orchard would run right through the middle. Apples, maybe some pears. I don't know, sounds silly now, right? Seneca the killer having freaking gardens and an orchard. A place to walk through when everything's in bloom. Or in the summer when I need some shade. Or a chance to watch the colors fade into fall. Draven's thumb wiped my cheeks. I hadn't even realized I'd been crying. Damn it, sorry. For what? I want you to have dreams, Seneca. I want you to remember and hold on to them. It's what will keep you grounded even when I'm not here to hold your hand. And he wouldn't be able to all the time. I knew that, but I hadn't let myself think about it. When this is over, we'll plant that garden and that orchard. And I'll build you the biggest damned greenhouse you've ever seen. Promise? He spun me around slowly in arms as he nodded. Promise. I was an idiot, a huge stupid idiot to think this would work. That I could have everything I just told him about. Rudarius would come, and there'd be so many lives lost. So many dead. And at the end of it all, who would I be? The Seneca Draven fell in love with? Or the monster he would have to put down? I held on to him, until a horn blew in the distance. We turned together in time to see 3 lines of Phi marching around my cottage. More Phi than I thought they'd been able to convince to join our cause. Draven's eyes narrowed, and he whispered something I didn't catch. Hey, you got this, I assured him. What? Lead them into war. I saw how you were inside. You're a true commander, Draven. Whatever Rudarius throws at us, you'll be able to handle it. Let's hope they all feel the same. We should head back. Then let's go back. As we walked through the long grass, hand in hand, I knew I couldn't tell him how serious the situation inside my head was. He had the entire weight of the Phi, the vampires, and everyone else who chose to stand by us. He needed to stay as clear-headed as possible. I'd just have to be fine. And I would be, as long as no one dropped any more damned bombshells on me. I'd steer clear of Marley, Macron, and Helena. And I'd be just fine.
Chapter 3. Draven. Keeping an eye on Seneca the last few days without being too obvious was hard, even with the commotion inside and outside the cottage. If I didn't have her in my sights, I ensured someone else did. It was damn near impossible to keep her right by my side 24/7, but I tried. Shane was her shadow when I couldn't be there, and so far he had nothing to report. She seemed to be getting a handle on the mess inside her head. Maybe our talk out in the field helped more than I thought. Gave her a good future to look forward to. Instead of death. So much death. She's anxious, but who the hell isn't? Shane mentioned, as he came to give me a report, in what turned into our central tent in the encampment. And her eyes. Clear, man, her eyes were clear. You really think she's going to just what, self-combust or something? Turn into a killing machine. I glanced up from the map Seneca had gotten for me, so we had a better layout of the fields. Setting up this many tents to house our growing army was taking up just about every square inch she owned. Seriously. I know she went off on Marley, but he deserved it. Not arguing with you there. Who's watching her right now? Lark. He doesn't seem to have the same doubts as Marley does. I grunted, peering down at the map again. Right, once the vampires have a chance to settle in, I want to meet with the leaders. Let's say midnight here. And as much as I don't want to, send word for Marley. Ash, Macron, and Owen as well. I assume Owen's become the voice for the demons preparing to fight with us. I leaned on the table. And Seneca. Shane chimed in. I hesitated to say her name. She needed to be part of the planning, but at the same time, I was worried it was going to put too much of a strain on her to be around them all again. I didn't want this first official meeting to be interrupted by her and Marley getting into another fistfight, no matter how one-sided it'd be. I smirked, unable to help myself, knowing how Marley was down one hand still thanks to me. Yes, I finally told him. And Seneca. Talking about me, huh? Seneca entered the tent, with Lark right behind her. She came over and kissed me on the cheek. Lark said he needs to take care of some business with a Phi, and I was going to run into town, stock up on some more supplies. Think we've about cleaned out the general store, but I need something to do. I have to stay here. Shane will go with you. As you say. Seneca smiled as he offered her his arm. I told them to be back by midnight, and they set off acting casual. As if there wasn't an army gathering in the fields outside of Madwich. As if all of this was perfectly normal. Lark, I said, confused to find him in the tent. Thought you had business to take care of. His lips thinned as he walked further into the tent. I do, he said quietly. It's Seneca. What happened? She didn't attack anyone. We took a walk through the woods. She said she wanted to get away from the commotion. I hung back to give her some space. I'm sorry. He hung his head. She was out of my sight for only a couple of minutes. Lark, just tell me. He glanced over his shoulder as if checking we were alone. She emerged from a small grove of trees, and the smile on her face, it wasn't hers. It was evil, Draven. And her eyes. They were black as night. Her rings were crackling. I don't know what she did. I had a feeling I did, as much as I didn't want to say it aloud. It's all right. Thank you for telling me. I'm assuming you don't have any business you need to take care of. He shook his head, and I rattled off the chore I'd given to Shane before he set off with Seneca. Lark said he'd see the right people gathered and left. As soon as the tent flap closed behind him, I grabbed the table and threw it against the canvas with a growl, wishing there was more in front of me I could destroy. She was lying to me, right to my face. I asked her repeatedly if the voices were getting to her, asked her what they wanted her to do, and every time she said she hardly heard them. That she had everything under control. The nagging in my gut told me whatever she was sneaking around and doing involved rude areas. I wasn't sure how, but she was seeing him again. Talking to him. Why was it so hard for her to just tell me the damn truth? What was she trying to do? Protect me. Shit, I muttered as it dawned on me. That's exactly what she was doing, downplaying what was going on with her to protect me. If she'd been in distress, I hadn't even sensed it. She was doing a damn good job of tucking away her emotions from the bond we shared, too. When she returned with Shane, we'd be having a talk about her thinking she had to keep me safe and not the other way around. Between the two of us, she was the one taking the greatest risk. I righted the table and replaced the map as the tent flap flew to the side. Marley stormed in, walked around to the other side of the table and stared. Help you with something? I asked, my lip twitching from the raw anger pouring off him. Seneca. We need to talk about her. Unless you're here to tell me you plan on making it up to her for being a jackass, then no, we don't need to talk about her. I suggest you get out of this tent until midnight when the others arrive to go over our options. I said we need to talk about her, he repeated. She's becoming dangerous. You and I both know it. We can't trust her around the army. Because she tried to deck you, you believe she's going to turn on everyone? Yeah. I hoped to avoid this argument, but it looked like I wasn't going to get a choice in the matter. Marley, let me tell you something right now. 1. You have no idea what Seneca's going through. Not with Rudarius, not with a past she can't let go of, not with anything. So, unless you've been inside her head personally, you should shut up. 2. I trust her with my life. If I didn't, then I would be sure to have her away from anyone she could hurt. And 3, I added, stalking around the table to stare him down, if you lay a finger on her, if you do anything to cause her harm, you'll have me to answer to. Do I make myself clear? He moved closer. You are not my leader, Draven. You can't order me around. When it comes to Seneca, I damned well can. I'm her family. Then maybe you should start acting like it. Everyone has used her, or turned on her. Everyone. Macron just admitted he let her be taken by Rudarius, let her be changed. And you have the gall to stand there and call her out for her actions. How would you react in these situations? I wouldn't be flirting with the enemy. The last word was still on his lips when I grabbed him by his shirt and threw him across the tent. He scrambled to get back up as I stomped toward him. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? She said it herself. She was with Rudarius. You told me what she told you. In confidence. She's not going to turn on us. How do you know that for sure, huh? Those rings were supposed to help her, but all they've done is turn her into something I don't recognize anymore. I was ready to deck him, but managed to keep my fists at my sides. How would you know? You hardly know her. And you're any better? I am, because I know who Seneca is. You're still hoping she'll turn out to be the sister you dreamt of for all those years. Poor Marley can't figure out that his sister needs us to be there for her. Not stab her in the back like everyone else, I shouted. She needs to be controlled, contained. We have no idea what she's thinking or doing. You really think locking her up is going to help her? We'd be as bad as Rudarius. His face turned bright red. You arrogant bastard. Don't you dare compare me to that monster. Then stop acting like him. She's going to turn on us. I see it in her eyes. The darkness. She won't be able to control it. And it's not her fault. The hell it's not, he went on, spit flying from his mouth in his anger. You put far too much faith in her. And you not enough. The tent flaps parted, and Owen barged inside. He didn't glare at me, but at Marley. If you try to lock her up, you'll doom her, he growled. Is that what you want? To lose your sister after you've just found her? Marley licked his lips nervously, no longer so keen on arguing with me now it seemed, what with Owen backing me up. She's dangerous. You have to see that. She is, but she's not going to be a danger to us. How can you know that? Because I've known Seneca longer than you both, he pointed out. I know who she is beneath the rage and the darkness. She would die rather than betray us, after the many times she's been betrayed. Marley didn't seem convinced, but he took a few steps toward the tent flaps. Fine, have it your way, but when she hands us over to Rudarius, don't come to me. It won't happen, Owen assured him. She'll never go to him. How could he sound so convincing, when even I had doubts about what she was doing, speaking to Rudarius so much? Marley cursed, then stormed out of the tent. Owen shook his head as he turned to me. Was walking by. Wanted to make sure you weren't killing our little Phi Prince. Tempted to, but no. Thanks, by the way. For what? He asked. Sticking up for Seneca. Not many people seem to be doing that lately. He crossed his arms, scuffing his boot in the dirt. I love her, he whispered so low I wasn't sure he wanted me to hear. I can't help it. I tried not to after she chose you, but we were together for so long. You were there for her when no one else was, I said quietly. I'm only sorry I couldn't be. You're here for her now. And, he sucked in a harsh breath as he looked at me, but I couldn't read his expression. You haven't lost faith in her. Don't plan to. Draven, I can't say that I'm happy she chose you because I'm not, but I'm staying in this fight because of her. I shouldn't have turned my back on her the way I did. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Shit, she came to save my ass without even thinking about it. What kind of woman does that to the jerk who dumped her? One with a good heart. It'd be nice if everyone else saw what was really there. His shoulders tensed as he said, Macron, I can't believe what he did. She spent all those years fearing for his life, and to find out what he did to her, no wonder she's becoming unhinged. She might have been able to weather this storm, but knowing that Macron was the reason she endured so much pain and torment, someone who was meant to be her protector, I was still surprised she hadn't tried to kill him. I need your help, I told him. She's hiding something from me. You think she's still speaking with Rude Arius? Speaking, yeah, we'll go with that. I didn't even let myself think of what else they were doing. If he'd held her again, kissed her again. I bashed my fist into the table, cracking it right down the middle. Owen smirked, and I shot him a curious look. How I felt when I saw her with you, he replied. I understand the anger. I take it they're not just talking. He kissed her, I hissed. Owen's smirk disappeared in a shot. Comforted her, I added. Like he's trying to replace you. What he told her. I ran my hands through my hair, not wanting to say the words aloud, but they were already on my tongue. I feel like I'm losing her to that monster. To this power inside her. I don't know what to do to pull her back. She keeps going to Rude Arius and listening to the voices, and she's not telling me the truth. The whole truth. There's more going on, but I can't see it. I'll keep an eye on her when I can, he promised. I lost her once. I won't watch her succumb to evil. I believed him too. He did still love her. Not in a sad, pining way. He truly cared for her. A small part of me felt bad for coming between them, but Seneca had been ready to leave him long before we tried to kill each other. And he loved her anyway for who she was. Thank you. Doing it for her, not you, he uttered, but he didn't meet my gaze as he said it. He might say he hated me, but it looked like he was starting to come around. Slowly. We switched the topic from Seneca to the demons and mages who were preparing to leave Madwich. Owen said those who didn't wish to stay and fight were heading to the demon embassy. We weren't going to have a huge demon force, since many had been killed in Rude Arius's initial assault on Valesk. Their numbers in the human realm were scattered and would take too long to bring here. That and each clan had different loyalties. He started to explain, but I held up my hand to stop him. Vampire covens are just as political, trust me. The only reason these are joining is that Rude Arius attacked them. But the demons who stay are a help. Seem there's a decent number of 5. You think they'll follow you, what with the way Marley is shooting his mouth off? Marley's going to have to get over it. He's a spoiled prince, Owen said. And you cut off his hand. As if I needed reminding. I'll cut off his other hand if he doesn't back off his sister. Owen laughed at that, then the coven leaders arrived. Wendell was first, casually strolling in as always, with Nathaniel at his side. Carter entered behind, face pinched as if he just drank sour blood. Vince and Theon came in last. There was no new leader, chosen for the Night Lurkers, Petra's coven. Did her coven come? I asked, knowing I didn't need to specify. They're here. We're speaking for them now, Vince informed me. After them came Marley and Lark, Macron, several other mages, Helena, and 2 more demons who shook hands with Owen, then stood at the rear of the tent. Ash and his brothers arrived as well. I looked around at their faces, wondering how many held the same concerns about Seneca as Marley did. When my gaze landed on Macron, he quickly averted his eyes. Seneca had made it a point to steer clear of him, though she knew he wanted to speak with her. He'd just have to wait. The last to enter the tent was Shane, and right behind him was Seneca. The air became tense. I waited for Marley to demand she leave, but he kept his mouth shut. Owen shifted closer to him all the same, and I gave him an appreciative nod. Seneca quickly walked to my side, but she didn't take my hand. "I'm all right," she promised with a small smile that didn't quite fit the worry lines on her face. "So we're all here. Should we get started?" I glanced to Shane, standing just behind her, but he didn't give me any sign that I should worry. "I called you all here tonight because we need a plan. Macron, I would also ask if you and the other mages can find a way to form a protective barrier around the encampment. With the veil no longer sealed, Rudarius can set his goons on us any time he wants. I know you said a few days ago you weren't up to your full strength, but we could use some sense of security here. I'll see what we can do. Though I would say Seneca might be better suited for that task." "Me?" I kept a close eye on him as he nodded, wondering if he was being truthful or trying to start something again. "Yes, he went on. The power inside you is strong enough to create a greater war than we could. Many of the mages who came from Valesk are still recovering. And as Draven mentioned, Rudarius and his forces could attack us at any time. We must be ready for him." Seneca's eyes darkened, and I reached for her hand, but she slipped out of my reach. She walked around the table toward Macron, while I stayed right behind her just in case. "You trust me to do this, huh?" "I do," he replied sincerely. "You can keep us safe. You have that power. Use it for good." Mentally, I cursed. He just had to say that last part. Seneca stiffened, shaking her head. "What the hell do you think I've been doing? Think I'm just running around not trying to kill Rudarius? Think I didn't beat him back once already? Or save everyone I could from Valesk?" Macron remained silent, but it was Marley who stepped forward. "Do it to prove you're not secretly siding with him." "Marley," I snapped. Seneca held up her hand. "If that's what you think, then fine, I'll do it." She walked out of the tent, and we followed. I glowered at Marley as I passed, but kept my comments to myself. Seneca walked to the center of the encampment, drawing the attention of everyone around her. She shook out her hands and rolled her neck. "You don't have to do this to prove anything to them," I whispered. "It's fine. If they want a magic show, then I'll give them a magic show. Can you give me some room? I'll be okay." I backed away to stand with the others. Macron approached from my right. "What are you playing at?" I asked. "I'm trying to make up for what I've done. By putting her on the spot. By giving her a chance to prove where her loyalties lie." I growled, sensing the air grow heavy as Seneca pulled on her power. The rings glowed, and she raised her right hand high over her head, her left in front of her. "As if they were ever in question," I argued. "You're the one who doesn't trust her." "You're right, and I should, but with Rudarius inside her head, how can I?" "By believing she's the same Seneca she's always been." "You don't even know what that is," he said, annoyed. I scowled at him. "Actually, I do. I know exactly who she is. I feel what's in her mind. Seneca is there, struggling to keep her head above water. All you and everyone else is doing is ensuring she drowns. She'll understand one day why I did what I did." "No, she won't, and neither will I." Seneca's head fell back, and a burst of twisting shadows, glimmering with a faint white light, erupted from her right hand. They shot into the sky, as those on the ground shifted and backed away nervously. I hissed at them all for thinking she was going to hurt them. The shadows glowed brighter and brighter, until there was hardly any darkness to them. The magic was beautiful as it spread across the sky, encompassing the entire camp. Runes or protection wrote themselves within the light, and they crashed to the ground on all sides. They burned as bright for a few seconds, then dimmed. Seneca lowered her hands, but a faint shimmer remained, showing where the enchantment formed around the entire camp. "They're happy now," Seneca said as she turned around to face us. Her words were slurred. She took one step when her knees gave out. I blurred to her, catching her in my arms. I'm good, really. You're bleeding again. She lifted her hand to her nose and pulled it away bloody. Just a bit wobbly. You want to go inside and rest? No, I want to hear the rest of the meeting. I'm fine, promise. I wasn't going to argue, so I carried her back to the tent. Those who had been in there earlier joined us again. I set Seneca in a chair, wiped the rest of the blood from her nose and frowned. She squeezed my hand as she smiled. Go, be a commander, she whispered with a wink. Reluctantly, I pulled back from her, noticing immediately how much her eyes darkened. As I passed Macron back to the table, I muttered, satisfied? Yes, I am, and it would appear so is everyone else. He nodded in Marley's direction, and the prince had the good sense to look guilty for accusing Seneca of being a traitor. Fine then, I said, calling everyone back to order. Our next major concern is knowing where Rudarius is going to break through the veil. We all know he won't do it quietly. He doesn't know how to not make an entrance. There's no way to track him, not without him realizing we're doing it, Macron said. We can put people around the veil, a demon suggested. There's too much to keep track of, Owen argued. And we don't know if he's even going to use the veil. Those vampires tore a rift into Valesk, and he did the same when he attacked you, yes, he asked, directing the last question to me. He did. Just came through. So guarding different parts of the veil would be a waste of manpower. Is there a place where he's connected to? Marley asked. Somewhere he's drawn to. A stronghold he would be tempted to use. If we could find that and set a trap, we might have a chance to catch him off guard. Seneca cleared her throat, raising her hand. I think I have an idea. I knew exactly what that idea was. She said, I could draw him to me. Make him come to wherever I am. How? Marley asked. I clenched my fist. No. Seneca gave me a pleading look. Just hear me out, all right. I can send him a message, trick him into going wherever you want him to go. Hell, I could get him to come here. You and I both know he doesn't have a stronghold here. This could work. And I said no. It's too risky, and you've been talking to him long enough. Draven, come on. You want to know where he's going to come through. This is how to guarantee we know. Let me do this. Do you see that blood coming out of your nose? What will happen when you try to call him here? She pressed her fingers to her nose and pulled them away wet with a few drops of fresh blood. Doesn't matter. You want to end this war, right? Then let me do this. Let me bring him to us. We can set a trap, be ready for him. What happens if it backfires on you? What if he winds up stealing you from me? Hasn't happened yet. You're not doing this, end of discussion. We'll find another way. She tilted her head as if listening to something, like the voices inside her head were talking to her, drowning me out. Then she stood and nodded, her face going pale. Fine. I'll be at the cottage if you need me. Seneca, I said as she passed, but she kept on walking. Shane wasn't far behind, whispering to me as he went, I'll make sure she doesn't wander off, then was gone too. A strange silence fell over the tent as I leaned on the table, imagining all the ways I could kill Rudarius if I only had one chance, just one chance to get my hands on him, tear his heart out and set him ablaze. Just one damn chance. Draven? You want to continue? Marley prodded. Yes, sorry. I want to run over the strengths of those we have in the encampment. If we're going to fight Rudarius and his army, we're going to do this right. I glanced once more at the tent entrance, but turned my thoughts away from Seneca, and to the battle I sensed was inching closer and closer to our doorstep.
Chapter 4. Seneca. Shane followed me all the way to the cottage. I entered the back door, and thankfully he stayed outside. I just reached the bedroom and just closed the door when my legs gave out and I hit the floor hard. My nose gushing blood, I pulled myself up by the chest of drawers, using the wall to get my sorry ass into the bathroom. I balled up some toilet paper and shoved it against my nose, tilting my head back to try and stop the bleeding. If you hadn't fought us, this wouldn't have happened. Can we just not right now? That'd be great, I muttered, shutting my eyes. You're the only reason you're in pain right now. I was about to argue that a bloody nose wasn't about to cause me pain, until a sharp stab started in my gut. It doubled me over, and then I was coughing into the sink. A strong metallic taste filled my mouth, and blood spattered across the white ceramic. I lifted my head to find blood on my lips and staining my teeth. What did you do to me? I snapped when I was back to coughing. It's not us who are doing this to you. You were warned that fighting would tear you apart. Do you think it was a joke, how serious this situation you're in is? Oh, Seneca, you're about to be on borrowed time unless you stick to the plan. Got it? Screw you. I gasped. My gut twisted as if someone reached a hand deep inside me and messed with my innards. I coughed more, wondering how much blood I could spit up before I passed out. I wiped my mouth on my arm, clutching at the sink with both hands. I can't do this, all right? I won't. I'm sorry, but what you want isn't what I want. You don't want Rudarius dead? I do, but not like this. And that power, no one should have that much power. No one should have the power I already have. Another stabbing pain almost drew a scream from my mouth, but I clamped my lips shut and swallowed it down until I was back to puking up more blood. You're giving us no choice. You're going to end up killing yourself. Maybe that's preferable. Oh no, you're not about to deny us what we want. Trust us. That is not what you want to do. We suggest you lie down now and get some sleep. My eyelids became heavy, and I slumped over the sink. Even as I debated sleeping on the bathroom floor, I found myself walking to bed, climbed in and falling backward into it. I should have washed the blood away. Draven would see it. He'd ask questions. A soothing voice told me not to worry about it, and I was too exhausted to fight against its calming tones, lulling me to sleep. Rudarius's scream filled the dungeon. I watched inside. It was only the fourth time I'd made him die during this trip to his mind, and it had been quite enjoyable each and every time. But it wasn't enough. He wasn't even close to breaking. There was a hint of fear in his eyes now, a very small hint, but that was all. I wanted to see terror. I wanted him to plead for mercy. I wanted him to lie on that cold stone floor, shivering and crying as I did all those years ago. Even as I thought it, even as I waved my hand to reset the scene so I could do it all over again, a wriggling of doubt tried to sound in the back of my mind. I frowned, hand halfway to Rudarius's arm to haul him upright. I blinked, and my jaw dropped at sight of the blood on my hands and the floor. It was like a damn slaughterhouse. It might all be inside Rudarius's head, but the shock of seeing so much red had me stumbling back into the wall. What the hell was I doing? How had I even gotten here? I'd been in my cottage, right? I'd gone there to rest. The last thing I remembered was falling asleep. Tired of torturing me so soon? Rudarius spat at my feet as he cackled hoarsely. Amateur. A whisper in my mind made me roll my shoulders, and when my gaze refocused on Rudarius, any hint of doubts vanished like they'd never been there before. Not even close. Let's try it a new way, shall we? Unless, of course, you'd like to simply give in and admit defeat. Why are you doing this? He asked as I slammed him into the wall and manacled his hands. What? Don't tell me you're not proud of the crazed monster you turned me into. You're not crazed, but you are turning into an unrecognizable beast. Tell me, how does Draven feel about you torturing me, Does he relish my pain? Does he enjoy knowing how much I suffer at your hands? I punched the stone right beside his head, overcome with a rush of rage. Rudarius's eyes flickered from my fist to my face. Ah, so he doesn't know what you're up to. Interesting. Shut up. Why should I? You're in my head torturing me. You think I'm going to make it easy for you? If you know what's good for you, you'd give in. It's not in my blood to quit, he said as he hissed. But keeping this from Draven, now why would you go and do that? I'd think he'd be pleased to know you're breaking me apart piece by piece. Slowly, painfully, working to shatter me. To turn me into nothing. Not a vampire. Not a man. Just a shell of who I once was. The dungeon shimmered around me, and I staggered back. I said, "Shut up." My vision swam. Voices clamored to be heard inside my head. Shit, what was I doing? I hadn't meant to come here again. So why did I? Such a heartless killer you are now, Rudarius seethed. I said, "Shut up." I grabbed hold of his head and twisted as hard as I could. The crack of bone bounced off the stone wall, and he fell to the floor in a heap. I stepped away, trying to clear my head, but there was a fog in my head, stopping me from understanding how I'd gotten here. I'd been in the tent after I cast the barrier. Then I'd gone back to the house, and there was something else. I held out my hands in front of my face. They were stained a deep red. I gagged and blood filled my mouth. I had to get out of here, get away from Rudarius. I had to get back home and to Draven. I needed clarity, now more than ever. I strained to remember the last couple of days in vivid detail, but they were blurred as if I'd been walking around in a daze. The sounds of bones crunching came from behind me, followed by chains dragging across the floor. I didn't have to turn around to know Rudarius was standing, with his neck intact. And I didn't want to turn around. I walked forward a few steps when he called out to me. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm finished, I'm not doing this anymore," I whispered. More to myself than him. "Oh no? Bored already?" "Will you just shut up?" I shouted and spun around toward him again. He smiled mockingly, but that sliver of fear was growing and morphing right before my eyes. "You should have joined me when you had the chance. You really think a ragtag army of demons and vampires will defeat the force I have?" His words sent an icy touch down my spine. "What did you say?" "Or that your beloved Draven can lead them to victory," he went on louder. "You, my sweet Seneca, will never be smarter than me. You can torture me all you like, but there is one thing you have never learned. I always take advantage of every situation. Every single one." He raised his manacled hands, snapped his fingers, and the dungeon disappeared. We were back in the room as he paced closer. I focused, trying to gain control back, but the voices in my head screamed, and I screamed with them, as if someone plunged a stake right through my chest. I clutched at the aching spot, falling away from Rudarius and his confused, narrowed-eyed glare. "Interesting indeed," he murmured. I had to get away from him. This was bad, worse than bad. I had to tell Draven. Rudarius reached for me, but I screamed again and flung myself out of the vision, only to land on the floor in my bedroom. I looked up at the ceiling, until my stomach roiled and I crawled into the bathroom, managing to reach the toilet as I vomited. Blood stained the water. I sat back, my cheeks hot as I cursed. Sunlight shone through the window. I panicked until I realized Draven wasn't in here. As relieved as I was, I didn't have him hovering over my shoulder. A hollowness filled my chest. I had to track him down and fast, tell him what was going on. "You will do no such thing," the voices scolded harshly, making me cringe. "Rudarius knows. He knows what we're doing." "How?" "It was a risk we decided to take." "What risk, damn it?" To reach his mind, to inflict pain, we had to strengthen the connection. "So he knows about our army." "Who cares? What does matter is he fears you, Seneca. He fears what you've become." "I haven't become anything." "But you have, and it's going to be glorious. That future Rudarius showed you is nothing compared to the reality of the world we'll create." "What did you do to me? How long was I out?" "As long as necessary. I suggest you do not break our connection with him the next time. We are close, though very close." The doorbell rang. I jumped, then cursed myself for being so on edge. When was the last time I jumped from hearing the damn doorbell? Using the sink, I got up and walked slowly toward the door. As soon as I left my bedroom, I walked right into a very large, very familiar demon. We looked at each other, and I was thrown into the past when he used to live here with me. When we used to be together. I saw the memories flare to life in Owen's eyes too, but then they narrowed. Are you all right? Look like shit. Wow, you could just lie and say I look great instead of that I look like shit. I feel like shit, I rambled, not even sure why. Owen reached up and rubbed his thumb across my chin. Blood. Did you hurt yourself? Huh? No, probably from my bloody nose last night. Where's Draven? The doorbell rang again, but neither of us moved to get it. He stayed down at the encampment until the sun came up. Said he'd be back tonight. Oh right. Sure. Seneca, you sure you're all right? Do you need to talk, or anything? The doorbell rang twice in rapid succession, and he growled. No, I said as I edged around him. Just wanted to know how the meeting went after I left, but I'm sure I'll hear all about it later. Should probably get the door, you know? My hands shook, and my body was weak as if I hadn't eaten in days. I was at the door when the bell rang again, but stopped and I frowned. When had I eaten last? Seneca. Huh? Owen motioned to the door, and I nodded. Right door. I opened it then slammed it shut just as fast. Shit. Seneca, open this door, Agent Williams shouted, banging on it. Is that the Fed? Owen asked, peeking out the window. Yeah, that'd be him. What was he doing here? So much happened since the last time I talked to him. I sucked in a deep breath and opened the door again. Yeah? Don't yeah me, he snapped and pushed his way inside. Explain yourself right now. Not sure what you mean. He shoved his leather jacket aside so he could put his hands on his hips and flash his badge and gun at the same time. He should know me better than that. Did he really think those would scare me? Especially after all the shit I'd been through in the last few days. Fine, you want to play stupid, go for it. How about we start with the army positioned out back? I glanced to Owen, who shrugged, playing along perfectly. Army? Do you think I have an army out back? Really? Huh, that's interesting. They weren't there last night. I'm not in the mood, William snapped, his eyes flashing white and warning. What are you up to? You tell me right now or I'll take you in. For what? Trespassing. I couldn't hold back my sudden burst of laughter. Right, have fun with that. You do realize though I own all that land, and I'm pretty sure I can do whatever I want on it. You know, since it's mine and all. He worked his jaw from side to side as his face reddened. And the magical barrier around it? You should tell him the truth, Owen suggested. He has a right to know. Right, like the feds will actually lift a hand to help us. They don't care. They never have before. Care about what? Williams asked, tone belligerent. Rudarius. This time when his eyes flashed white, it wasn't out of anger but uncertainty. What about him? I know you guys have been after him for years, and here's your chance. Not following. Owen rolled his eyes as he sat his large frame down in the armchair. Rudarius is coming here, and he's bringing war with him. You know, the war that destroyed the 3 Phi kingdoms and Valesk. The war that the paranormal government should already know is coming, and be doing something to prepare for it. Williams's stance relaxed as he rubbed the back of his neck. We heard of what happened, but that's in Otherworld and it's not in our jurisdiction. Nor is Valesk. He's about to be here. This is your jurisdiction, but as far as any of us can tell, no one seems to care enough to do anything. We're assembling a team. A team. A single team to stop him and his army. You're joking, right? He shrugged, and in that short moment, I actually felt sorry for him. I don't have the kind of power to assemble the damned troops, and neither do you. This army of yours needs to disperse, or I'll have you arrested for inciting unrest. Then arrest me, because they're not going anywhere. Williams shook his head. You don't know what you're doing. Actually, I do. I'm going to stop Rudarius, and you can either convince your asshole bosses to aid us or you can all go to hell. How's that sound? Seneca. No, just stop. I'm not going to sit around and wait for someone else to deal with Rudarius. He's our problem, and it's time we got rid of him. Are you in or not? William spun around, muttering under his breath. I crossed my fingers, hoping he'd make the right decision. But when he faced us again, the resolve on his face was like a punch to the gut. You have 7 days to pack this shit show up and move them, got it? No more. If they're not gone in a week, you all will be taken into custody. I'm sorry. If you cared, you'd be staying and fighting with us. You've amassed an army, he shouted, spreading his arms wide. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? We have a process. And you think Rudarius is going to waste time with a process? I walked toward him and looked him right in the eye. He's going to break through the worlds, and when he does, he's going to kill anyone who gets in his way. Do you want all that blood on your hands? Do you? Williams's lips thinned, but he moved toward the door, then was gone. A week. Great. What do you propose we do in a week when he comes back with more feds to arrest us all? Owen asked. Who said we'll all still be here in a week? He stood still, studying me. You know something? Were you talking to him again? Who? Rudarius. Were you talking to Rudarius? No, so back off. I was just worn out. Everything is just wearing me out. I ran my fingers hastily through my tangled hair, then began braiding it. Where's Draven? I need to talk to him. I didn't add that I needed to talk to him while my mind was still under my control. While I had some clarity. Owen's worried gaze bothered me. And I was disappointed that I was lying to him. It'd be worse with Draven, but I could take that as long as I was able to tell him what I'd learned. Rudarius had seen something through me. I had to warn Draven. To let him know. Well? I pushed. Owen gave in. Main tent, like I told you. I mumbled my thanks and expected him to tail me. Draven had me followed every hour of the day now. Probably why Owen had been in the house when I woke up. But when I looked back, Owen wasn't in sight. I wasted no time worrying about what he was up to. Instead, I jogged through the garden and down to the encampment. With every step that took me closer to Draven, the voices crept back in, not quickly, but I could see they weren't going to give me a clear mind for long. I picked up the pace, sprinting through the tents, weaving around Phi and demons until I burst inside the main tent, shutting the flaps securely behind me. Seneca, what's wrong? Draven was at my side, catching my hands as I fumbled toward him. Feds came to the house. They want us cleared out in a week. Did you tell them what's going on? I did, but that's not what I need to tell you. My words cut off with a gasp as the stabbing returned to my chest. I sucked back a cry and pushed through it. Draven needed to know the truth, just not the truth that the power was clawing at my insides like a wild beast. It wasn't going to stop me from telling what he needed to know. I think Rudarius knows about our army. How? The words were on my tongue, but another throb hit my gut and I wrapped an arm around my middle as my legs shook terribly. My fault, I gasped. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened or how, but it's my fault. I did this. He let my hands go and backed away. You've been talking to him. Draven, I whispered, but he turned his back on me. And there had been disappointment on his face. I swiped at my eyes, fighting back angry tears. I would not fall apart in front of him. This was my problem, and I'd fix it. I didn't even know what I was doing. Why do I find that hard to believe? It's the truth. The truth? What is the truth with you anymore? What am I supposed to believe? You won't talk to me. You're sneaking around so you can talk to him. And now he knows about our forces. Does he know how many, where we are? What else did you let him see, Seneca? What? He snarled as he grabbed hold of my shoulders. I didn't blame him for his anger. I was pissed at myself enough for us both. But the voices were slipping back. I gritted my teeth. Just tell me what to do, I whispered, and his eyes narrowed. Tell me. What did you talk about with him that you can't with me? We didn't talk, not exactly. His grip tightened and he hissed. I realized he took it the wrong way. No, that's not what I mean. The power, it's doing something to me, and I choked on the truth, unable to admit what I'd done. A tear slipped from the corner of my eye. Tell me what to do, I repeated. Draven? Cut him out of your head. Cut off whatever connection you have to him. I don't know how. Figure it out. You're putting everyone at risk the longer you two are connected. He spat out the last word, his disappointment mingled with disgust, but he didn't let me go. Seneca, close the connection. As soon as he made his demand, the voices clamored to be heard. Don't do this, Seneca. We need him. Do not close off our link to Rudarius. Cringing at their screams, I shut my eyes and focused only on the connection between me and Rudarius. The one he started, and I expanded, made larger without even realizing what I was doing. I visualized our bond as an actual tunnel. Rudarius stood at the other end of it, waiting for me to return to him. Waiting to gloat about how he outsmarted me, how he was always going to be one step ahead. Even if I killed him over and over inside his mind, it would never be enough. I had to finish him off in person. No more torture. No more visions. If you do this, you are bringing a personal hell upon yourself. Then so be it, I uttered. Draven lightened his hold on me. Seneca? Keeping my eyes firmly closed, I focused on the tunnel, the stones holding it together. I imagined taking a sledgehammer to those walls, but that wasn't strong enough. I swapped out the sledgehammer for my own power instead. I appeared in the tunnel, held my hands out to my sides, and let loose. The shadows burst free, sending a shockwave through the tunnel. The voices fought against me every step of the way, but I didn't let up. Even when my body was in agony, when my spine stiffened and I gasped, not even able to scream, I didn't stop. The tunnel shook, and bit by bit fell apart. Rudarius's angry roar sounded from the other end, but it was too late. The tunnel caved in. Stones crashed to the ground, striking me, and my eyes flew open. Draven was holding me in his arms, cradling me against his chest. His lips moved, but the words were too muffled to make out. I reached toward his forehead to smooth away the deep furrows, but was too weak. My hand fell short. What did you do? Collapse the tunnel. You're bleeding again. He laid me on his cot in the far corner of the large tent, and pinched the bridge of my nose. You were talking to them. I didn't remember saying anything, but guessed it was possible. I opened my mouth to tell him that Rudarius and I wouldn't be talking again until we came face to face on the battlefield, but my stomach heaved and I shoved him to the side. I retched a couple of times as Draven held back my hair. He cursed vividly when all that came up was more blood. Shaking, I lay back, exhausted. Fine, I assured him, but couldn't even keep my eyes open. Just fine. Seneca? Stay awake, love. Come on. Just stay awake and talk to me. I'm sorry. I found his hand and held it fast. Whatever I do, I'm sorry. Sleep, Seneca, you need your rest, the voice said mockingly. You might have won this fight today, but you will regret trying to challenge us. Your strength wanes. Soon you will fade. Is that what you want? The words faded quickly from my mind as I focused on Draven and only Draven. His eyes searched my face for answers, but I held on to the truth. I tried to tell him again I would be all right, but my eyes closed and all I wanted to do was sleep. His hand stayed in mine, I knew that much, and then there was nothing but beautiful darkness.
Chapter 5. Draven. I sat on the ground right beside the cot, watching her. Seneca's chest moved up and down as she breathed. Her eyes didn't dance behind the lids. Her pulse was steady each time I checked it at her wrist. But she wasn't well. Not by a long shot. I sensed death on her, and it wasn't the vampire side of her. This was something worse. Whatever was inside her was trying to fight her. To kill her. My gaze slipped to the rings firmly situated on her right hand. She said she was sorry for whatever she did. Why would she say that? The scent of blood permeated the air of the tent. I hadn't moved to cover what she'd coughed up. I'd wiped what I could away from her face, but her nose had bled for a few minutes longer. I leaned forward, willing myself to clean away the rest of it. I didn't want to admit she was worse off than I first realized. That she was hiding more from me than just speaking with rude Arius. I used my sleeve and gently dabbed at her face, shaking my head all the while. Why won't you just tell me? I whispered. I can take it. Whatever you have to tell me, I can. Stop trying to protect me, huh? That's my job, you know. To protect you. It's always been my job. She shifted in sleep, her hand falling off the cot. I caught it in mine and held it. Boots crunched in the dried grass outside the tent. Draven. Owen said quietly. You in there? Yes. You can come in. The tent flaps rustled, and a ray of sunshine fell against my back for a second. I hissed quietly. Owen approached slowly at first, but then his pace quickened. I assumed he caught sight of Seneca on the cot. What happened? She told me the feds came by, I said, but then hung my head. She told me Rude Arius knows everything she knows. About our army, our potential plans, all because of her, and I yelled at her. I ordered her to cut off her link to him. Draven. I don't know what's going on inside her head anymore. And I ordered her to do something she almost wasn't strong enough to do. I nodded to the blood on the ground. I waited for him to get pissed at me, but he said nothing. Well? I glanced over my shoulder to see his jaw tensed. Owen. He took a long deep breath in, then blew it out. I came to tell you what I found. Found? What are you talking about? There was blood in the sink in the bathroom, he told me, and I hung my head. A lot of blood. Damn it. We need to tell someone. Who? I snapped. Macron would be the only person I'd go to, and I don't trust him to do what's best for Seneca. Not anymore. I picked up a lock of her hair and held it. What was I supposed to do here? Let her keep driving herself closer to that edge. Not be worried she was going to tumble off the cliff, and there'd be no getting her back. She seemed so peaceful in sleep, but I had no way to know if she was hearing voices even now. Draven. What? I hadn't meant it to come out so harsh, but I was out of my depth here. Magic and spirits of the Fae. I was just a vampire, asked to command an army against one of the darkest villains of our time. And the woman I loved, the one I thought to keep safe, was breaking before my eyes. Owen grunted, turned around so he faced me. Macron needs to know. If Seneca woke up to find him standing over her, I wasn't sure what she'd do. She might try to kill him. She said she was sorry, I told Owen. Sorry for whatever she would do. She's not going to do anything because you and I won't let her. What are you saying? If you can't stop her, then I will. But we have to tell Macron. I blurred to him and had my hands on his shirt. I wasn't sure what I planned on doing and released him just as fast, backing away. No, I don't want him knowing anything, understand me. Nothing. Draven. I said no, I roared, baring my fangs as the beast inside of me threatened to break loose. Owen growled in response but nodded. If that's what you want, but you're being an idiot. Just get out of here. I'm going to sit with her until she wakes up again, and I don't want you here right now. I might do something stupid. I'll be just outside then. In case you need me. He left the tent, and I didn't hear him walk any further away except the entrance. I considered shouting for him to go away, but like he said, I might need him. I went back to Seneca and laid down beside her on the cot, holding her in my arms. You're going to be fine, I whispered to her. You hear me? You're stronger than them. You're stronger than Rude Arius. You have to be fine. Draven. Her eyes fluttered open, and she smiled sleepily. I kissed her forehead and told her to go back to sleep. She yawned and her eyes closed, the smile staying on her face as she drifted off again. The longer I was there, the more I sensed some of the uneasiness roiling inside her. The rest of her emotions were clamped down, and I was unable to feel exactly what she was going through. After a while, I gave up and ran my fingers through her hair, unable to sleep. The sunlight faded outside the tent, and as soon as it was dark enough, Shane entered. He glanced at her, worried, but I shook my head. Not wanting to disturb her, I pushed off the cot as gently as I could and joined Shane near the tent flaps. "We're running through the armory. Figured you'd want to be there, see what we have," he whispered. Seneca was fast asleep. Was it safe to leave her for a few minutes? "I can stay if you want," Shane said. "No, she'll be fine. Let's go to the armory." He led the way out of the tent. I stopped at the entrance, peering at her. I'd be back soon enough. Then I'd try to wake her and try to get her to talk to me. We had just enough weapons to arm the demons and the vampires. Good thing the Phi all brought blades or bows of their own. Our arrow supply was low, but it'd have to do. A few of the Phi were crafters and said they would start making as many as they could. Too bad we couldn't just use tanks and guns against Rudarius and his army. Silver bullets would be a pain to track down and find. That, and for all we knew, his power would make it impossible to use such weapons. Blades, fangs, and claws, that's what we were stuck with. Never thought I'd see an actual battle of this magnitude. Shane held up a long sword in front of his face, grinning like a little kid. Crazy, right? I've been in battle. Not always pretty. No, but with any luck, this will be the last one, right? We'll make it, Draven. You'll see. I nodded, not sure I could keep being optimistic all the time. I was going to tell him to ensure everyone was always armed and ready, when a searing pain erupted across my forehead. Seneca. She was awake and in pain. I blurred out of the massive armory tent at the southern end of the camp, dodging people as I aimed for the central tent. The air around it pulsed with magic. A dark magic that had my skin crawling. Owen sprinted toward the tent when he saw me coming. "What happened?" he yelled. I didn't slow down until I was inside the tent. Seneca sat in the center on the ground, eyes closed, head fallen back. Her hair blew lightly as the power pulsed around her. It was almost like walking through a wall of water to reach her. Blood dripped from her nose, and she was whispering, but the words were jumbled. I was nearly next to her when her head righted, and her eyes opened wide. They were solid black, and the smile that spread across her face was not hers. "What are you doing?" I demanded, holding out my hand for hers. She glanced at it but made no move to take it. "Repairing the damage done." To Seneca. Were the spirits of her people trying to save her? She cackled, but not with one voice. There were many that poured out of her mouth. "Ridiculous, vampire. Foolish man. No. We're repairing the damage done." "The connection," I whispered, as the cackling grew louder. "You can't." "But we can," the voices replied. "Now back off, unless you wish to find yourself hurt." She would not like that. No, not at all. "What do we do?" Owen stood behind me, eyes fixed on Seneca. I wished I had a plan, but the only thing I could think to do was get closer and grab Seneca. If we could break through to her, we could stop them from fixing her connection to Rudarius. I motioned for Owen to go around to her right, as I sidled to her left. We'd have one chance at this and once chance only. Seneca's eyes had fallen closed again, but I'd be an idiot to think she didn't know what we were up to. When we were level with each other, with Seneca between us, I nodded to Owen. We each made a grab for an arm, but just as we closed our hands around her, that pulsing power restricted around us and threw us back into the canvas. Seneca clicked her tongue. Her eyes opened, and she climbed to her feet. "What did we say, boys?" I pushed off the canvas, but the power held me back. "Stop this, Seneca. You have to gain control of yourself." She's a bit busy at the moment. I don't care what you are. I won't let you do this to her. Who said I was doing anything to her? The voices asked. Funny. We do wonder what she sees in you. A failure, that's all you are. You failed once and you'll fail again. Now you should let fate run its course, She patted my cheek as she smirked. There's a good lad. I strained against the hold of the shadows that were now becoming visible and still holding me back. Seneca, I know you're in there. Fight back. A sigh fell from her mouth as she spun around to face me again. Honestly, you think you'd? She trailed off and her eyes grew wide. She clutched at her throat and growled. The voice that came out of her mouth next was Seneca. You are not doing this, she seethed. You're not. We're not. Owen's eyes filled with worry, and I'm sure I didn't look much different. Seneca rolled her shoulders and flexed her hands. Blood dripped from her nose in a steady stream. Pain flitted across her face, but it was gone in seconds. She coughed, gagging. As the shadows released Owen and me, she slumped to the ground, lying on her side. Blood dotted her lips. I helped her sit up. Her eyes landed on me, and she shoved my arm to the side, staggering to her feet. I'm fine, back off. Seneca, don't do this. Do what? She wiped at her mouth with her hand, glaring from me to Owen. I'm going back to the cottage to sleep. Just leave me alone. You can't keep doing this, I argued. Yeah. And what am I supposed to do? Let Rudarius come and fight him with unstable magic. Watch him kill everyone here, then move on to the next town and the next until there's nothing left but a never-ending night and death all around. She wiped her face again as more blood trickled from her nose. This is what I was born to do apparently, so back off and let me handle it. The rings. Just take them off for a night. One night. That's all I'm asking. She lifted her hand, and I waited, praying she would just do it and let me hold on to them. But her clear green eyes flickered black and she dropped her hand. Not happening. She stormed out of the tent. Owen made to go after her, but I snatched his arm, holding him back. She shouldn't be left alone. I'll send someone to the cottage, but if you go after her now, you'll make it worse. He growled and tore himself away from me. You're just going to stand there and do nothing while that power kills her from the inside out. No, I'm going to bide my time. Let me handle this. See to the army. I don't take orders from you, bloodsucker. Right, so we were back to name-calling. Then do what you want, but stay away from the cottage. If I hear you're bothering her, you and I will get back to that fight we started so many weeks ago. Owen's lip twitched, and he prowled away, probably cursing me as he went. I'd give Seneca some time to hopefully cool down and come up with a way to get those damned rings off her hand. I didn't want to talk to Macron, but I was quickly running out of options. We still needed a way to track Rudarius's movements and figure out how we were going to take our force into battle, which was nearly impossible to do when we had no idea where said battle would take place. I'd find Shane, tell him to put a set of eyes near the cottage to keep an eye on Seneca. Then I'd track down the coven leaders and figure out what our next move should be. They might be looking to me to lead, but right now I needed someone else to take control. Hearing those voices come from Seneca left a strange, sick sensation wallowing in my gut. We were running out of time to save her.
Chapter 6. Seneca. I sat on the counter in the kitchen, drinking my beer and listening to shitty idea after shitty idea. Draven and I hadn't spoken since yesterday, and that was fine by me. He'd stayed at the tent too, which was even better. Saved me from getting a lecture at sundown when I awoke to find my nose bloody again. And here we were in my kitchen, back to the same discussion we'd been having for days when I wanted to be alone. Draven was the reason they were crowded in here. Decided to bring the meeting to me. I knew what he was doing, keeping me away from the rest of the army. Fine, didn't bother me any. Saved me from trudging down there. We still had no way to track Rudarius's movements. They knew it. I knew it. Yet we wasted time trying to figure out a way to do just that. When I'd collapsed the mental tunnel between us, we lost any possible way to figure out where he would attack first. The cost to do so didn't seem worth it now. I knew what we could do, but the second that idea left my mouth, Draven would lose his shit. He was on edge enough as it was. His body was tense, as if he was ready to spring into action at any second. And? You know what you need to do, so do it. We don't have time for this. My mug paused halfway to my mouth. I tilted my head. I couldn't. Yes, you can, you just won't. As you've been told, there's no more room for emotions. We've waited too long to be free. No one else is going to control us. No one else is going to threaten our existence. You are the only way we can be free, Seneca. Don't lose focus now. Don't lose your nerve, not when you've come so far. I hissed quietly. Marley stopped talking. Seneca? You all right? Draven crossed his arms and leveled me with a stern glare from across the room. Yeah, sure. I'm great. Just wondering why we're still having this conversation. Because we need to be prepared. Yeah, about that. You know how massive this world is, right? Who's to say he's even going to start in North America? He could end up in Europe, for all we know. He won't. I scoffed at Draven's declaration. You can't know that. Neither can you. It's a gut feeling. He won't go anywhere else. He'll strike close to home. Or, I said slowly, as the voice inside my head gave me another hard nudge, you could let me reach out to him again and draw him to us. Make him come where we want him to, so we can know for certain. Let me finish what was started. Draven's growl was a low rumble that had me rolling my eyes. No. Why the hell not? I shouted as I hopped off the counter. You're just saying no because it's me, but it's our best shot and you know it. You all do. I stomped to him and poked him in the chest. I can handle myself. He won't get to me. It's not him getting to you that I'm worried about anymore. His gaze skimmed the rings on my hand. This again? Shit, Draven. We're going to be in a battle any second now, and you're freaking out over nothing. I threw my arms up and marched out of the kitchen. Whatever, you all figure it out then, and let me know when you decide to stop being idiots. I considered going into town, but didn't want to run into anyone I knew, so I exited through the front door and walked all the way around toward the gardens. I moved to the other side of the oak tree so no one could see me, and climbed up to the lowest branch. Clouds covered the moon tonight, and the stars, but the fires from the ever-expanding encampment were enough to light up the night from here to the tree line. With my back to the trunk, I swung my left leg and picked at the bark absently. You're wasting time. How about you shut up for 5 minutes? You know he's going to make his attack soon. We need him to finish this. With him gone, we'll have our chance. Chance for what, huh? Did you ever think that maybe I don't want all these voices inside my head? Rudarius has much power. If you kill him, we can use it and we can be free. I glanced at my rings, always swirling with shadows, and reached to take them off. My left hand shook and finally fell away. My head fell back. Damn it. You know we're right. You are one of us, Seneca. You will follow our plans. I was damn tired of carrying around the essence of my entire extinct race. But if killing Rudarius would bring an end to this insanity, then that's what needed to happen. I had to bring him to me, so I could finish this for good. Then what are you waiting for? Do it. I shut my eyes and reached for the connection I used to have with Rudarius. I knew him as well as he knew me now. Calling to him, forcing his hand would be easy enough if I pushed the right buttons. But as soon as the vampire's face appeared, Draven's furious hiss flooded my mind and I winced, my eyes shooting open. I won't do this to him, I whispered. I can't betray him. Yesterday, I'd nearly hurt Draven when he tried to stop me, or them, from doing exactly what the voices wanted me to do now. I'd barely been able to hold back the flood of power then. If I gave in now, I had no way of knowing if I'd make it back to myself. Or if I'd get swept up in the current and disappear in this insanity. The voices snarled. I clamped my hands to my ears as if that would tune them out. I hissed and curled in on myself, my legs gripping the tree branch to stop from crashing to the ground. There was too much noise, too much confusion. The voices were using me, just as Rudarius used me. As everyone did. The anger that filled my veins for the last few days hit its breaking point, but it wasn't mine, not all of it. I slipped from the tree and fell to my knees, clutching at my head. Do it, Seneca. Do it, and we can all be free. I wanted to believe them, but I knew that tone far too well. They wouldn't stop once Rudarius was dead. And what if they didn't leave my body? What if I was stuck with them forever? I couldn't do this. I'd find another way to kill Rudarius if I had to, but I couldn't stand them inside my head anymore. Draven had been right. I should have let him take the rings from me days ago. If I could get the rings off, maybe the voices would disappear. But even as I tried to grab them again, another force took control of my left hand and slammed it into the ground. You will obey us if you want to live. A scream was on my lips when a hand landed on my shoulder. The voices inside my head reared their ugly heads, and suddenly I couldn't remember what I was doing out here. Why did my head hurt? Seneca? Draven knelt in front of me, lifting my chin so he could look into my eyes. What's wrong? Nothing, just needed some fresh air. You're on the ground. I said nothing's wrong. I'd like to go inside now. I went to walk around him, but his grip on my upper arm was like steel. Talk to me. Don't pull away from me. Maybe it's for the best. His eyes narrowed. You don't mean that. You sure? We both know this fight is going to be the death of one of us. Let's face it, probably won't be me, I added. The second the words left my mouth, a sharp pain stabbed my chest. Draven released my arm and took a step back. I'm not sure where that came from. What the hell was wrong with me? The voices in my head cackled and I flinched. Draven watched me closely, then looked at my right hand. Have you taken them off at all since you returned? Why would I? Rudarius could attack at any moment. I have to be ready. Excuses, so many excuses. I wanted them off. Why wasn't I just saying that? I think you need to take them off. Now. I tucked my right hand out of sight behind my back. No. I'm going inside to get some sleep. You going to stay out here or join me? He said nothing, didn't even move. I shrugged. Fine, guess you can sleep on the couch tonight. Or in that damn tent of yours. Each step I took away from Draven made it feel as if something was being torn to shreds inside me. I wanted to stay and talk to him. I wanted to enjoy the rest of the night with him, out here beneath the autumn sky. We had no way to know how much time we had left. Yet I walked toward the cottage, not slowing down. I was almost at the door when Draven grabbed my right hand. His fingers fumbled for the rings as I punched him in the face with my left hand. He held on fast as Owen and the rest of the crowd in the kitchen charged outside. Get off me, I snarled. Draven twisted my right arm. What are you doing? Owen demanded as I hissed and flailed. Hold her, I have to get these off, Draven ordered. I expected Owen to step in and help, but I found myself on the ground with him holding down my legs. Shane grabbed hold of my left hand. I screamed at them. Draven worked the rings off, one right after the other, even as the shadows reached out, desperate to keep them on. The voices in my head, shouting in rage at his actions, fell silent. Clarity unlike any I'd had in days rushed through me. I stilled and they released me. Draven fell back, my rings clutched in his fist. Seneca? Look at me. I blinked, but couldn't bring myself to look him in the eye. I'm sorry, I don't. I think I need to be alone for a minute. And keep those out of my sight, I added, voice shaky. I nodded to the rings. I don't want anything to do with them. I scrambled to get up. Draven called for me, but I sprinted into my bedroom and slammed the door shut. Those rings were meant to help me reach my full potential as a dark fae. Not to let the spirits of the Sarin weasel their way into my damned mind. What had I been doing the past few days? Shit, what had I been about to do? Call Rudarius right to our doorstep? That was the worst idea I could have ever had. I bashed my fist into the wall, cursing when I pulled it back to find my knuckles bloody and cut up. I needed the rings to defeat Rudarius, but I wouldn't wear them a minute longer than I had to. I'd just have to keep myself locked away so I didn't hurt anyone. Stay as calm as possible. It was all I could hope for. I walked into my closet and shut the door, sitting as far as in the corner I could. I wrapped my arms around my knees, prepared to stay in here for days. Weeks if need be. I wouldn't leave my room, wouldn't leave the closet if I could help it. The door opened to the bedroom, then closed just as quickly. Go away, I yelled. Are you in the closet? Draven asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Don't judge me. Just go away, all right? And you better not have those damn things with you. The closet door opened, and I held out my hands to ward him off. You suck at listening, you know that? Just go away. He sat in the doorway. You should know by now. I'm not going anywhere. Why? Why what? Why are you so good to me, huh? We both know I'm the bad guy here. Look what I almost did. What I wanted to do. What I did to you and Owen yesterday. I ran my hands through my hair, the uneasiness seated deep within me. Like something was wrong within my soul, but I couldn't even begin to describe it. Draven reached for me, but I flinched away. He grunted and scooted even closer, took me in his arms and pulled me onto his lap. He held me, just held me. I'm sorry. For what? You've done nothing wrong. Not yet. You aren't going to. You just have to open up to me. Talk to me when it's getting to be too much. He kissed the top of my head. I'm here for you. You know that. I don't know why. You know, you thinking you don't deserve a chance to be happy is starting to get old, he muttered. We're together forever, Seneca. I'm not leaving you for anything, so you better get used to it. You want to shove me away? Fine, but I'll come right back. I'll track you down wherever you go, he said firmly, holding my shoulders as he spoke. You and I belong together, and we'll get through whatever shit life throws at us together. Got it? I sniffed hard, then fell against his chest. Every part of me was weak, but at least my nose wasn't bleeding, and I wasn't hacking up blood. The magic, I whispered, it's changing me somehow. The rings. I don't know if it's Rudarius or the spirit of the Sarin, but they're not right. What do you mean? It's like there are competing forces inside me. Like I'm being torn in 2. Or 3. Or 4. And the voices are getting worse. He stiffened. You have to tune them out somehow. Ignore them. I've been trying, but it's hard. They're too strong, I admitted. I should have told you, but you have so much else to worry about. I can't lay this on you too. Whatever's wrong with me, I can handle it. I will handle it. Seneca. He hugged me even tighter, and I clung to him, the only person who could stop my spiral into madness. Reality was changing too fast for me to keep up with. All I wanted was to disappear. Come with me, he urged and stood, pulling me with him. Where are we going? What if it's not safe? The rings are hidden away, and the cottage and gardens have been vacated. You're not going to hurt anyone. It's just you and me. He held my hand, then leaned in and kissed me. Trust me. I followed him out of the bedroom, and through a cottage that was indeed empty. He grabbed the heavy plaid blanket off the couch, and then we were in the gardens. The clouds parted and revealed the moon and a few stars peeking through the inky black sky. We walked to the bench, and he pulled me into his lap, wrapped the blanket around me, and hugged me to his strong chest. "So, vacation," he said after a couple of minutes. "You really think the beach is the best place?" I waited for a few beats, wondering what he was up to. "Why not?" I glanced toward the encampment. "Draven, shouldn't we be talking about?" He cut me off with a press of his lips to mine. "If you're about to say anything involving the war or Rudarius, you can just forget it." "But we need to." He kissed me again fiercely, and I wrapped my arms around his neck, never wanting this night to stop. "What were you going to ask me?" I screwed my mouth to the side, then gave in. "Yes, I want to go to a beach. Just sand and salt water. And fish." I laughed. "And? I've never seen the ocean. What if I took you somewhere else?" "Like where?" He smiled softly as he ran his fingers through my hair, which was blowing lightly in the night wind, keeping it a surprise. "But there are some very interesting beaches across the ocean. What do you say, you up for an adventure?" I started to say yes, but the word became lodged in my throat. I choked on it, and tears burned in my eyes, imagining the vision of Draven killing me all over again. "Draven," I whispered, but he held my chin in his fingers, those blue eyes boring into mine. "No, we're not accepting that future, remember? It's not going to happen. But if it does, I want you to be happy, okay? You have to promise me." "Seneca, shut up," he growled, then kissed me. I returned the gesture, dragging the blanket around so it covered him too. I clutched at his shoulders, wishing we could have the future he dreamt about. I wanted to see it, but no matter what I did, all I saw was a dark end to this war. I sat upright, looking around my bedroom, confused. Draven was next to me, sound asleep. There was only an hour or so left until dawn. I rubbed my face, not sure what awoke me, when a voice rang out in my mind. "You've wasted enough time. Do it, Seneca, before it's too late." I didn't want to, but I threw the covers aside and was on my feet walking through the dark cottage. I tried to open my mouth to scream, but the voices directed me, taking me toward the rings. Draven said he hid them, but it didn't matter. I sensed their power calling out to me, and couldn't resist it. In the kitchen, I found the small patch in the wall he had created and punched my fist right through it. When I pulled the sheetrock out of the way, I saw a small box sitting on the floor. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew this would be it. The second I put those on, there'd be no turning back. "We'll be right here with you. There's nothing to fear." But if I listened to them, I'd lose Draven. One way or another, there was a chance I'd never have him back. There'd be no vacation, no happy future. No orchard or greenhouse or large gardens. Just bloodshed and death. My left hand reached for the box without my wanting to. Then it was in my hand, and the second I opened it, all other worries disappeared. Power. That was the only thing that mattered. Power, and those strong enough to claim it for themselves. Too long I'd been used. No more. I slipped the rings on, sighing to have them return to my fingers. I turned for the back door and stepped out into the cold, wet grass. I threw my head back, shook out my hair, and breathed in deep. My power rushed freely through my veins, and I grinned as I opened my eyes again. "Rudarius, time to come play." I pictured our connection, saw where I'd collapsed that tunnel. Within a few seconds it was repaired, and my mind rushed to find his in Otherworld. It didn't take long when I didn't fight the magic. Rudarius paced around his chambers, glaring at the floor as if he was going to bring it to life, then kill it. As if it was me. I leaned against the far wall, not physically there, just in my mind. Rudarius stopped his pacing suddenly and straightened. He sniffed the air, then whipped around, those red eyes latching onto mine. "You. How are you here?" he snapped. "What, don't you miss me?" He lunged for me, but his hands passed right through me, and I laughed. "You and I have unfinished business. What's taking you so long, huh? Too scared to leave Otherworld and face me? Going to hide here in your fortress until I come and hunt you down?" I pushed off the wall and walked through him. "Until I come knocking on your front door to claim your head? You will not defeat me." I shrugged as I turned around. You sure about that? I snapped my fingers and the fortress disappeared. The amount of power at my fingertips when I gave in was beyond incredible. And I was just getting started. Rudarius and I stood on a battlefield. A fight took place behind us. One fought between me and him. Looks like I'm winning, I whispered in his ear. This is not reality. You overstep. Do I now? You're the one who wanted me to see what I'm capable of. It's only logical that I kill you. Take that next step. Destroy the monster who created, well, another monster. A worse monster. His hands twitched at his sides as he bared his fangs. This will not end well for you. Is that what you want, death? Why not join me? Why not come to me and fight by my side? Why? So you can continue to use me. Make me your bride? No thanks. I have other plans. And what might those be? I continued to watch the fight between our imaginary selves, mine kicking Rudarius's ass. He flinched as he watched himself take a hard hit to the face, throwing him back. I have another who will stand by my stand, and then the real fun can begin. You're nothing to me anymore. Nothing but a bug to be crushed. He opened his mouth, but then his own snarl of pain had him spinning around. He watched his death. Not the first time I'd showed it to him, but there was genuine fear in his eyes this time when he turned back to face me. Draven will never stand beside you. You're right. At least at first. But I'll convince him. He'll see reason eventually. Why bother? I reached for his jaw and forced him to see his dead body lying prone on the ground. That's why. You're old news. You are nothing. You are not stronger than me. You sure about that? You only have those rings because of me. He wrenched away from me, and I snapped my fingers, bringing us back to his fortress. I am Rudarius. I have destroyed the Phi, brought the mages to their knees, wiped Valesk off the face of the earth. I will not be stopped by a child. Really? Then why do I see fear in your eyes? Come on, admit it. You're too scared to face me. You think it's fear that stops me? He smoothed his hands over his hair and squared his shoulders. I have no fear. If you want a fight, then I shall give you a fight. Best prepare yourself, Seneca, for the end is coming for you. I'll be waiting for it. You know exactly where to find me, don't you? I winked, then shut my eyes. When I opened them again, I was back in the garden. My arms fell to my sides, and I let out a long, steady breath. Now we can begin. The time for the final battle has come. At last.
Chapter 7. Draven. I stretched my arm out to find the bed empty. Seneca. Groggy, I sat up and looked around the room. She wasn't in the bathroom, and the bedroom door was open. I climbed out of bed, slipped on my pants, and exited the room. A heaviness settled in my stomach as I padded barefoot through the cottage. The air crackled with a sudden burst of energy, and Seneca's comforting presence I hadn't felt in a long while was gone from my head to be replaced by a fury so raw it clawed at my chest. I stumbled into the kitchen, leaning against the wall as I waited for it to stop, and froze. Shit. The wall where I hid the rings was bashed in. And the back door was open. I sprinted outside to find Seneca standing in the middle of the yard. Where are they? Draven, I didn't mean to wake you, she said, ignoring my question. Where are they? I repeated, then reached for her right hand. The second I took hold, I yanked my hand back with a hiss. My fingers were burned. I want you to take those rings off right now, do you hear me? Take them off. Why would I do that? Do you want me to be weak when he comes? He's not here yet. Her lips curled into a grin I could only describe as bloodthirsty. Not yet, but very soon. I stood in front of her as I grabbed her arms. What did you do? When she started to cackle, I shook her. Tell me, what did you do, damn it? See for yourself. A boom had me whipping around as red lightning crackled across the sky. Thunderheads rolled in from all directions, centering over the fields and Madwich close by. The air grew thick, and as I stepped away from Seneca, I knew our time was up. Rudarius was coming. She'd brought him right to us on purpose. "Do you have any idea what you've just done to us?" I muttered, hanging my head. "Any idea at all? We aren't ready to face him." "Then we better get ready. I'm putting an end to the waiting. Now we won't have to wonder where he is." "Have you lost your mind?" I shouted, but she didn't even jump. Her smile remained as it was. "Seneca, there are innocents in Madwich. You're putting them at risk." "Oh, boo-hoo," she snapped. "Don't guilt me with innocence. I don't give a shit." "Really? You don't care for any of them?" "None. Why should I?" I had to get to her somehow, pull her back from the edge of insanity. "Not even Lexi?" "No change. Not even a blink. I suggest we tell our army to prepare." "I can't believe you." I shoved past her, then stopped and turned back. "I'm going to get everyone that I can out of Madwich. You can prepare the damned army and tell everyone why our chance to plan, to have the advantage is now gone." I was at the back door when she said, "You'll see this is right." That I'm right. Don't you trust me? It nearly killed me to say it, but until Rudarius was dead or I removed those rings from her hand, she was no longer my Seneca. No, I bloody well don't. I dressed as fast as I could, sheathed my daggers at my hips along with my short sword, slung on my leather coat, then marched out the back door. Seneca was gone, but that was fine with me. I didn't want to see her at that moment. I didn't want to talk to her. There was nothing I could say at this point. Yelling wasn't going to do any good. I had hoped for a moment, one moment when those rings were controlling her. But that moment passed, and all I could do now was brace for what was to come. I blurred to the encampment and straight to Marley's tent. "Marley, we have trouble." Ash and Lark looked like they'd been pulled from their beds. "What?" He was already dressed. "Someone said there's red lightning in the sky." "Is he here already?" "Yes, and you can thank your sister for that." I waited for him to say he told me so, but he kept quiet. "Rudarius is on his way. We're out of time. He's going to be on our doorstep with an army very soon. We need to get everyone ready and evacuate Madwich." I couldn't believe she did this still, even as the proof was right over our heads. I saw her killing Rudarius, then saw myself coming in to finish her off, to stop her because she couldn't stop herself. A bellow of rage erupted from my mouth, and I bashed my fist into the nearest tent pole. It splintered, and the fly under the tent glanced around, waiting for it to come down on their heads. "Feel better?" Marley asked. "No, I don't feel better. I can't, when the woman I love tells me she's being torn apart from the inside. When she tells me she's hearing voices of the Saran people," I rambled. "When she pulls so far away from me, all I feel is rage and her need for blood." I looked at the three of them desperately as I whispered, "We have to end this. We have to kill Rudarius, and I can't, lose Seneca." "I won't." Marley nodded. "Then we won't. We'll come up with a plan. There's no time." "We'll make time. Lark, gather the coven leaders and have them meet us here. Bring anyone you think needs to be in on the plan, actually. Ash, take a group of Fae and vampires into Madwich and begin the evacuation. There's not much time, so however you have to get them to leave, do it." Both Fae exited the tent, leaving me alone with Marley. I never imagined I'd be standing in a tent with a Fae prince, worrying about losing his sister to darkness. A woman I could not live without, not anymore. "If she can't pull back," Marley started. I held up my hand to stop him. "Whatever happens with Seneca, she's mine to deal with, understand? Don't put that on yourself. We'll deal with whatever outcome together. You just have to have faith. Isn't that what you always told all of us?" I laughed bitterly. "Faith, right. That is what I was telling her all this time. Have faith that we'll find a way to defeat Rudarius. Faith that we'll make it out the other side of this war without losing ourselves. I glared fiercely at him as I muttered, "How can I have faith, huh? How? I'm going to have to kill her, Marley, you get that? I'm going to have to kill her in order to stop her from turning into, I don't know, a damn plague on this world. Because I told her she could handle this power. Just like Macron. Because I decided to use her as a weapon. This was my fault and no one else's. I was no better than anyone else. How had I let it get this far? I was supposed to be a leader, and here I was risking Seneca's life in order to stop Rudarius. Marley told me quietly he'd be back once he tracked down Macron and several other mages. I nodded numbly, looking out the tent flaps. The encampment was wide awake now, rushing to gather weapons and help get those not fighting to get out of harm's way. If we failed here, all we were doing was giving them a head start. It was better than nothing, I supposed. For now, I'd put Seneca from my mind and focus on our main problem. Rudarius was coming with an army, and who knew what magic behind them? We'd be outnumbered, there was no question about that. Red lightning streaked across the sky, forming a crack. As I watched, it slowly stretched wider. He wasn't just coming through the veil. He was creating his own rift right here. Right where Seneca was. I hissed, gripping the hilt of my short sword. My time to worry might soon be at an end. Come on, you bastard, let's finish this. The mages should be along the rear of our lines, I said, tracing my fingers over the map of the fields. Here. We'll set up a guard around them. Owen, you have some demons ready to fight. He stepped closer. They'll keep them alive as long as possible. Macron, you're sure they're ready for this? The old mage glowered at the map as he replied, not like they have a choice. The moment I'd found him and told him what Seneca did, he'd taken off. I spotted him arguing with her heatedly in the garden later. He'd been yelling. She'd simply stood there and let him, her face carefully blank like she was doing him a favor by not reacting. Frankly, I was amazed he'd walked away without her killing him. Even Owen had been glaring at her when she passed by. He hadn't said a word. I understood how hard it was for him, probably almost as hard as for me to see her changed into this cold-hearted being out for blood without care for the consequences of her actions. What support can they give? I asked, trying to keep us on track. We'll shield the front line the best we can and try to counteract whatever magic he's bringing with him, but if that totem isn't destroyed, our efforts won't matter. That damn totem. I straightened, crossing my arms as I ran through our plan over and over in my head. Between the the vampires, the demons, and the mages, we had a significant fighting force. If the feds would have listened to us, we could have had actual government support. But they assumed Rudarius wouldn't dare bring his war from Otherworld here. They assumed they'd be able to negotiate with him, stop him by shit I don't know, sheer will. The fools. It was too late now. The rift grew wider with every hour that passed. Any minute now, he could arrive. We talked about traps, but those seemed like a waste of energy. Or they had. The traps, I want to talk about them again, I said, and Macron nodded. What can we do? We can scatter them throughout the field. They'll go off like mines. So there's a chance they could trap our own people. Yes and no. If we have enough time, we can ensure they won't, but as I said, they take time. Take who you can and start on them. Get as much done as you can, but only complete them if they won't harm our own forces. Macron hurried out of the central command tent, 2 mages following close behind. His army is vast, Marley said as if I needed reminding. He's been in Otherworld gathering more to his cause. We have no way to know what he's going to throw at us. Unless you have a point, I'd appreciate it if you stopped telling me how screwed we are. Rudarius might not know how many we have either. I shook my head. Before Seneca cut off the connection with him, he saw the encampment. Yes, but did he see our numbers? Did he see who was here? That I wasn't sure of. All right, what's your plan? We don't show the fire up front. We all know what he thinks of us, sees us as cowards. I doubt he believes we would stay and fight. He spun the map around and pointed to the clusters of trees along the fields. We put the archers in here with fire arrows. We wait until his main force shows itself, then you draw them back here where we can flank them. If his army is too large, it won't work for long, I admitted. No, but it could give us a chance. All in agreement. There were nods and murmurs around the table. Marley, see it done. He exited the tent next. That leaves the rest of our army, Shane sighed. Draven, if he's bringing the totem with him, you realize what that means, right? Yes, I do. Then fill it in for the rest of us, Wendell said, picking at his nails with his knife. Well, Wendell, you want a mission that might get you killed, though you'll be able to take down quite a few of Rudarius's vampires with you. He tucked the knife away, and in a blur was at the table. I'm all ears. Do tell. If Rudarius brings the totem, then he's bringing his entire fortress. I flipped the map over, and Shane handed me a quill and ink. Seriously? Marley doesn't have a pen lying around. Shane shrugged. I let it go and sketched out Rudarius's fortress from memory. The main entrance is here, but there's a separate entrance far to the right. Shane can tell you how to get through it, since he's done it before. Right, and where does this door lead exactly? The dungeons. They'll be filled with prisoners, pissed-off prisoners, who might be able to bolster our numbers. They could give us an edge. Wendell's lips curled into a wicked grin. I'll prepare a small group of my men. Good call, Shane, I said once Wendell had blurred away. We had a plan, a good plan at that, but the optimism I should feel was drowned out by the ever-constant presence of Seneca's anger. Madwich had been fully evacuated, so we wouldn't have their deaths on our heads. The plan was to keep the fighting contained to the fields, but there was always a chance it would spill to the nearby town. We talked about creating a dome to keep his forces trapped in a certain area, but the mages weren't strong enough to do that and assist us during the actual fight. Asking Seneca seemed pointless. She didn't care about anyone else. All we could do was hope for a miracle now. And what about Rudarius? Carter asked from the corner of the tent. He's no one's concern but mine, I announced. The focus will be to break through his ranks so we can get to him. I doubt he's going to put himself on the front lines. We'll have to fight our way to him so we can end this. And the totem? Vince asked from beside Carter. There will probably still be mages and Phi connected to it somehow. We'll have to break them free, then find a way to destroy it. Just like that. Carter tapped his newly fashioned cane into the dirt. You make it sound so easy. It won't be, make no mistake about it, but what else do you want me to say, huh? The truth would be nice. The truth, I repeated, shaking my head. The truth is if we don't stop Rudarius here and now, we're all dead. And not just us. His evil will spread until it covers anything. He'll gain strength with everyone he kills. The government will fall. He'll recruit every evil living being to his cause. There will be no stopping him. None. And what about your girlfriend? Carter challenged. Where is she? I gritted my teeth as I hissed. You let me worry about Seneca. I told you we shouldn't have trusted her, and now look where we are. She brought him here before we were ready. We were supposed to have time, he growled as he got in my face. We were supposed to have a formidable army. And now, we're going to be destroyed because she called him here. If you want to leave, then leave, I whispered. No one's keeping you here, but Rudarius is our problem. We had a chance to stop him. Any crimes he's committed, any blood he's spilled, that's on us. Your running away won't change a damn thing. He tensed but backed off. My fighters will be ready. Good. But if you think Seneca isn't going to turn on you, you're blind. This is her doing. She's using us, and you know it. He made for the tent flaps but stopped short. I waited for him to lay into me some more, but when I glanced past him, I found Seneca standing there, her expression furious. She glared at Carter, her lips parting on a hiss. My hand slipped to my sword, waiting, but then she turned on her heel and was gone. Carter cursed, but I blurred out of the tent to catch up to Seneca. The only reason we'd been able to stay out in the open, long into the daylight hours to plan, was the night Rudarius had called to ready his arrival. Otherwise this battle would be far worse. Seneca had taken off at a run, but I was fast enough to catch her. I grabbed her arm, but she tore herself free of me and slammed her palms into my chest. I staggered back into the trees. She followed, her raw emotions crashing into me one after the other, until my vision blurred. The connection between us had seemed to grow more intense over the last couple of hours. If the battle started, and Seneca's emotions were this uncontrolled, I worried I wouldn't be able to fight without getting my ass handed to me. She growled like a wild beast as she paced in front of me. Her lips moved, but the words were too quiet for me to hear. Seneca. Her head snapped in my direction. Her eyes warred between emerald and black, as the rings on her right hand crackled. Carefully, I raised my hand, but she moved too fast for me to keep up with. My arm was thrown to the side, and then she was kissing me. Her lips moved with a desperation that seeped into my bones. As my arms closed around her, she dragged her fangs along my neck, and a shiver rushed down my spine. I growled, unable to hold back my own ragged anger and helplessness at the current situation. I took control of the kiss, nipping her bottom lip as I spun her around and lifted her up. We crashed into the tree as her legs wrapped around me. There was no sense of where I ended, and she began. The woods fell away, and it was only Seneca and me. I had no idea how much time passed, but then she pressed her lips to my ear. "Don't you dare die out there," she whispered harshly, then was gone. I sagged against the tree, glaring at the ground. With a yell, I bashed my fist into the trunk, cracking a hole through its center. I couldn't let it end like this. I wouldn't. I'd give her as much time as I could, but I'd have to make her see one way or another she couldn't do this without me. A loud clap of thunder had me looking to the sky. The rift was nearly opened. I had to ensure everyone had their orders for the fight to come. With one more look in the direction Seneca disappeared, I shook out my head, then blurred back to the encampment.
Chapter 8. Seneca. What the hell are you doing? Shut up, I snapped as I marched through the trees, keeping out of sight. My lips still felt Draven's from our kiss, and my gut told me to turn around and go back to him. I needed him. He needed me. We had to do this together. I forced my feet to a stop, but a harsh pain stabbed through my gut and I clutched at it, falling to the ground. Just stop it. We told you what we wanted, and you agreed. Now you think to betray us? Not betraying, I muttered through clenched teeth. I won't turn on him. I'll kill Rudarius, but that's all. No, you'll kill him, and then the real work will begin. I dug my hands into the dirt and grass, scrambling to hold on to anything to keep me grounded. But the world tilted anyway, and suddenly I stood in a dark dome, fog crowding around my feet and shadows with hundreds of blinking eyes looking at me. One figure broke away from the others, the face covered with a familiar mask. You will do what we command, a woman's voice said firmly. There is no other choice. I can't do this, all right? This isn't what we agreed. You wanted this power. You knew the cost. I knew we wanted the same thing. If you want anything after Rudarius is dead, that's on you. She grabbed hold of my arm and yanked me upright, her touch burning. We can't exist without you. You are the last of us, Seneca, our last link to existence. Otherwise, we fall into the void. Is that what you want? Your entire race gone just like that? I tried to form words, but it was like she stole my voice away. Rudarius is only the beginning, she went on. The world has yet to see true power and strength. You will bring back our people using our power. You will find a way for us to be free from this cursed afterlife. It'll tear me apart, I whispered, fear flooding my veins like ice. I can't. I'm not strong enough. At my words, stabbing pains shot through my middle and I gasped, clawing at my chest as if that would stop it, make it all go away. The woman's eyes were cold as they bored into mine. No mercy, no sympathy. Only ruthlessness and an insatiable hunger for blood and death. For power. "We will be free," she went on. "And you will carry out your duty. Rudarius must die for us to live. If Draven gets in your way, if he does not see reason, then you will kill him. Do you understand? We have waited far too long to be stopped by love." She sneered as she spat the last word and dropped me to the ground. There is no time for such soft emotions. Not anymore. She walked away, leaving me with an arm wrapped around my stomach, feeling like I was going to be sick. All this time, I wanted to believe what I saw in that vision of the past, and what Macron told me about the Saran Phi. But it wasn't just darkness pressing in around me, but hatred, pure and unfiltered. The darkness they used to fuel their power, my power, twisted them around inside somehow. What would have happened if the Sauron never banished them in the first place? I wasn't sure what drove me to do it, but when the woman turned back to face me, I lunged forward, reaching for her mask. My fingers found the edge and I yanked it free. "What the hell?" I whispered, as the mask fell from my numb fingers and shattered at my feet. The woman's face was half missing, bits and pieces having rotted away over the years. Her eyes were the only thing that appeared normal. Her lips were gone and a hole passed through both her cheeks. When she made an attempt to smile, if it could be called a smile, the skin that was left flaked and fell away. The muscle beneath had deteriorated, and bits of her skull peeked out from her forehead. They were yellowed and diseased. A wretched smell struck me in the face, and I stumbled back, trying to get away. Hands grabbed hold of me and threw me straight back to her. She held me close, her disgusting face almost touching mine as I gagged and thrashed. "Not pretty, is it? The decay of time. This is what I've become since being banished to that world, but no longer. Unless you care to join us, you will do exactly as we've planned." I gulped but found myself nodding. "Good. Do not let us down, Seneca. Continuing to fight us will kill you. And when your soul winds up here, I'll be certain to show you what true torment is. Hint. It's nothing like what Rudarius did to you, my precious girl." She threw me backward, but this time I slammed into a tree. I was back in the woods, gasping for air and unsure of how much time had passed. Judging by how much larger the rift was, I'd been out for an hour, maybe more. The pain in my body subsided, but each breath was harsh, as if I'd swallowed cut glass. For once the voices were silent inside my mind, but their presence was there all the same. There was nothing I could do, at least not yet. I'd focus on the main problem, and that was killing Rudarius. Once he was gone, I'd find a way to fight back. I had to. I paused, waiting for a sharp pain to stab at me, but there was nothing. For a long while I stayed right where I was, watching red lightning crackle across the sky. I couldn't go to Draven and tell him what was going on. He'd lock me in a room, try to keep me out of the battle, and then they'd fall. But if I fought in it, if I let the power take control, the battle might be won. Rudarius could end up dead, but where would I be? And Draven, if he didn't agree to side with me? No, I wouldn't think that yet. There was a fight to get through first. Preparations to make. Taking a moment to steady myself, I lifted my chin and hurried from the woods and into the camp. Most glared at me as I passed, but I brushed off their anger and confusion. There was no room inside my mind for anyone else right then. Only me. The last few days played over and over in my mind, how cold I'd been and heartless. Bits of who I'd been were falling away faster than I could try to save them. Would there be anything left of me when this was over? I reached the armory tent to find it empty. Good. Not that I needed a physical blade, but fighting without one seemed like a stupid idea. I ran my fingers over the black hilts until I found 2 small daggers that suited my taste. I pulled them from the rack and spun them in my hands. They had a good weight to them. I shut my eyes as I stepped into the open space of the tent and lowered my hands to my sides. All my time under Macron's training came back to me. I started slowly at first, moving fluidly with the blades, then picked up speed. My feet moved easily, and I finally was able to clear my mind of the chaos. Small slivers of myself broke through the haze. If I could just hold on to them, if I could keep them safely tucked away from the power of the Fae, I might stand a chance. The second had that thought, it was like someone stabbed me in the back with a hot poker. I screamed, mostly out of anger, and launched the daggers across the tent as my eyes flew open. Both blades embedded in the main support post. And right beside it, his face unreadable, was Draven. I turned my back to him, not wanting him to see the pain I was trying to hide. "Sorry, didn't see you there." He said nothing, but the wood creaked as he yanked the daggers free. Their hilts appeared at my right, and I took them with a nod of thanks. I waited for the lecture, waited for another inspiring and rousing talk about how we'd find a way to survive this fight. Instead, when I glanced over my shoulder, I was surprised to find him removing leather bracers from another rack. "Draven," I started to say, but he shook his head. "Don't, please, just don't." I assumed he was getting himself prepared, but he already looked like he could charge into battle at any second. He came toward me and reached for my left arm. I let him take it, watching as he deftly set the bracer on my forearm, then fasten it. I switched the daggers to my left hand, and he repeated the process with my right arm. He reached for a leather belt with 2 sheaths at the hips, and stood behind me so he could attach it next. Every instant he touched me sent a longing through me, but I remained perfectly still. My breathing turned ragged and my pulse shot up, but still, he said nothing, and I didn't either. What could I possibly say, after everything I'd put him through? Or when I knew there was worse yet to come? Thick, leather shoulder guards that ended up not being as bulky as they looked went on my shoulders next. The final piece was a leather and chainmail chest piece that fit me like a comfortable corset, if such a thing existed. I'd never worn armor, not like this. The moment became real at that moment. We were about to be in a real battle. Not the Fae trying in vain to cover a retreat, not defending a castle. An on-the-ground, full-out battle with an enemy bearing unknown powers. My hands shook and I curled them at my sides. Draven's fingers ran through my hair, working out the knots as he went. When he started to braid it, I shut my eyes against the burning tears. If only we could go back, and decide not to go after the rings. If we'd found a different way to stop Rudarius, maybe we wouldn't be facing possible death sentences. When he finished the braid, he laid it over my left shoulder. On impulse, I leaned back into his chest, waiting for him to push me away or leave. But his chin rested on my shoulder as he held me close, breathing me in. "We have a fairly solid plan," he said quietly. "I heard. There's a chance it won't work, that we'll fail. There's always a chance of that happening." His arms tightened around me, and I wanted to turn and face him, but something stopped me. "When we break through the lines, when we have our chance to attack Rudarius, you and I will go after him together, understand? You are not to rush in there and fight him alone." "No." He hissed. "Seneca, do not argue with me, not now. I don't want to, but you don't understand. I don't want you anywhere near me when the fighting starts. I'll take care of him. He's my problem." "Why? Why are you doing this to me, huh?" "I'm not doing anything." "Yes, you are," he argued hotly. "You're asking me to watch you go after him alone. To watch that damned vision play out, and I won't do it, you hear me? And you can't ask me to. We will face him together. It's the only way to win." Another surge of pain tore through my stomach, traveling right to my heart, and I bit back a curse. My body stiffened though, and then Draven spun me around, searching my eyes for an answer. The second he sensed the agony I was in, I knew it. His lips parted, and he crushed me to him as if by sheer force of his will, he could save me from the internal torment I endured. "I have to do this on my own," I whispered into his shoulder. "If I don't, I don't want to hurt you." He pressed his hand to the back of my head, just holding me. If only his arms could protect me from what lurked inside myself. Protect me from what was even now struggling to claw to the surface and force me away from him. I clung to his coat harder, burying my face in his chest. When the fighting starts, you stay away from me. Seneca, he argued, but I shook my head and looked into blue eyes that held a strong love for me. One I'd never imagined I'd experience in this lifetime. You do it, Draven. You stay as far away from me as you can. I slipped from his arms, shaking my head as he made to pull me right back. And as soon as Rudarius is dead, you find me and you do whatever necessary. Promise me. I can't do that. You promise me, Draven, I yelled. When he still held back, I did the only thing I could think of. I drew one of the daggers and aimed it right at his heart. The voices inside me perked up at my move, urging me to finish him off now and be done with it. I looked into Draven's eyes, ignoring their fierce chanting the best I could. Promise me, I uttered, the words strained, you will stop me. Whatever the cost. His jaw twitched, and he reached for my hand with the dagger. I can't do that. Yes, you can. My hand shook even as I said the words. His fingers closed around my wrist, and I was too weak to fight him. The voices fell away to nothing, and in those few seconds I saw everything I was about to lose. Draven leaned in and brushed his lips softly against mine. But it wasn't enough. My hand fisted in his shirt and dragged him to me, kissing him like it was our last time together because, in all honesty, it probably was. Then the voices were back to screaming at me, and the hand with the dagger nearly implanted itself in Draven's neck. I stopped it in time, spun around and marched for the tent flaps. I won't do it, he called after me. I won't give up on you so easily. You should, was what I heard myself say, my voice no longer just mine. I sheathed the dagger at my hip and stepped outside to find everyone else in the camp had stopped, as if some spell froze them in place. I walked a bit further, hearing Draven's steps fall in behind me. Everyone looked in the same direction, and when I finally shifted in that to look, I cursed. There across the field. It wasn't merely a rift, but Rudarius's entire fortress. The massive abomination was a thing from nightmares, one I remembered all too clearly, with its 4 towers rising into the sky, a formidable wall and black portcullis. The rift remained open beyond it, and pouring out the front gates was his army, far larger than I ever believed he could muster. He'd come because I pulled him to me, I taunted him with his death. And now, I was going to be responsible for anyone who died this day. Finally, our time has come. Remember your promise, Seneca. Nothing else matters. Nothing. I buried my emotions as deep as I could, along with my thoughts of Draven. They'd only distract me now. Draven called out orders behind me, and I jumped along with everyone else. An eerie quiet fell over the fields, and even though voices called to one another and weapons clanked as they were passed around and strapped on, the quiet remained, muffling all other sounds. My rings crackled and a rush of desire for blood, a desire to kill, filled me. I stepped forward and continued to walk, following the rest of our army toward the field. The mages lined up near the rear, the demons creating a protective wall of solid muscle around them. The Fae were nowhere to be seen, while the vampires took their places toward the front of the columns. The coven leaders, along with Owen, myself, and Draven, stood on the front line, waiting. I'd say we were ready, but could anyone ever be ready for this moment? A familiar tugging started in my mind, and I was about to tell Draven, but then I gasped and bent over double. My vision swam, and I found myself mentally thrown to the side as Rudarius forced his way into my mind. Apologies, Seneca, his voice hissed through me, it will only be for a moment. Unless, of course, you have decided to forget this plight of yours, and join me? Go to hell, I spat, earning a concerned look from Draven. Ah, that is a shame. How many are you willing to lose this day, hum? All to try and prove you are stronger than me. Clearly you're not. You never were. An oversight on my part, one that will not happen again. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. His furious snarl had me cringing. I cursed him, but my mouth wasn't mine to control anymore. All I could do was stand in a void of nothingness and watch as Rudarius straightened my body and grinned darkly. If only he could see past the surface and realize the cesspool he just waded into. If only he could see the choice was no longer mine to do anything except fight. To kill.
Chapter 9. Draven. My hand was inches away from Seneca when she straightened, and a pair of red eyes glared back at me. Not Seneca's eyes. Rudarius, let her go. Now. Don't worry, he said with an evil laugh. I won't stay long. I merely want to talk. What for? He spread Seneca's arms wide. This is your army. Quite small. Do you wish to see them all slaughtered this day? You're not giving us a choice. Ah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm giving you a choice here and now. I understand we've had our differences in the past, but I am more than willing to put those moments behind us. He tilted Seneca's head to the side, looking at me intently. Why not come together now, You have shown how much potential you truly have hidden with you. I could use that in the future that is to come. One where you destroy anyone who doesn't agree with you. Anyone you don't like. I'll pass. He sighed heavily, as if he was speaking to an annoying child. Pity, such a pity. You know, he whispered as he leaned in, between you and me, I don't think Seneca's going to make it out of this fight unchanged. I snarled, but there was nothing I could do to him while he was inside Seneca's body. Maybe, but I'm not the one who's scared of her. Seneca's eyes narrowed. Is that what she told you? She doesn't have to. I can see it for myself, smell it too. You're terrified. It's the only reason you came here. Maybe you're the one who should consider retreating. The red flickered, and Seneca's voice pushed through Rudarius's. He's right. Run while you can. But it didn't last long. Then Rudarius was back, gnashing her jaws. I will not run. You both will rue the day you thought you could defeat me. Neither of you are walking away at the end of this battle. They'll find your corpses, torn to pieces by my army. Just remember, when the cries of the dying start, you could have stopped this. Seneca's head fell back, and I rushed to grab her arm, stopping her from collapsing to the ground. When she breathed harshly and shook her head, her emerald eyes were back. I'm fine. He's gone. I released her quickly, and turned to face the part of our army standing behind me. Macron, I called over their heads, make ready. The rest of you, on me. Stay together, stay as one. When we've drawn them out, when the fighting truly begins, the fight will attack. We just have to give them a chance. I searched the faces around me and spotted Wendell. You know what to do, as soon as the path is clear. He ducked back into the ranks, and I took in every face of the vampires and demons standing there with me. I never imagined this day would come, that we'd stand united as we were. And here it was. There wasn't anything to say, not really. I was never one for grand speeches or optimistic talks. Not like they seemed to do any good for Seneca. I gave them all a firm nod, drew my two short swords, and turned to wait for our enemy. Vampires, witches, shifters all looked back at us, as even more poured out of the front gates of that hellish fortress. The place where I was tortured for so long, where Seneca nearly lost who she was, where countless were mutilated and killed. It had come here. I looked beyond the number of soldiers ready to tear us apart, to the figure who appeared atop the wall. Rudarius. He wasn't even going to fight on the main lines. Figures. Beside me, Seneca hissed as shadows slipped from her rings. They twisted and churned, shifting into a short sword. She held it in both her hands, and broke it into two. She set her feet, and the thought struck me that I was very glad she was on our side. For now, at least. Rudarius's arm shot into the air, and a burst of red fire shot from the fortress behind him. The totem, it had to be. I waited for the fire to come for us, but instead it rained down on his army, lighting them on fire, but sadly not killing them. Not burning them to crisps. What did he just do? Owen growled from my left. It would appear he's bolstering his army somehow, I replied with a hiss. This won't be easy. Like it was going to be easy before. Easy is boring, Seneca replied, and we both turned to look at her. Though her eyes remained green, The hunger for blood within those depths was not her. Not even close. I prefer a challenge. Our last kiss flashed through my mind, what she tried to make me promise, and I was suddenly more than ready to spill some blood. I didn't want Seneca to disappear because of the power coursing through her veins, but she was right. Turning into the monsters we were, the visions of nightmares might be our only way to survive this day. To be bloodthirsty killers who showed no mercy. There was no room for weakness or second-guessing. This day, right now, was about surviving. Rudarius shouted, his yell carrying to us over the vast field. His army surged forward. And we waited. The mages managed to set only 3 traps, but they were large. If we ran into them, Macron assured me we wouldn't be harmed. We waited. A bit longer. A few more moments. I yelled and blurred into the fray, those behind me picking up my call and following. Seneca stayed to my right, and just as we were about to meet the first line of Rudarius's army, a bright burst of pure light exploded out of the runes drawn into the dirt. The first line was obliterated with no time to even scream. Another trap to the right and left went off when they were too slow to stop themselves from running right into them. As the dust cleared, I waited for a burst of hope to fill me that maybe the traps would give us some sort of advantage right off the start. But the army beyond them looked just as large and even more pissed off. The fire they'd been touched with flared, making them appear as human torches, but there was no stopping now. We clashed like 2 storm fronts colliding in the sky. I ducked and dodged beneath attacks from blades and claws. Chaos consumed the battlefield, and it was all I could do not to be swept up in the tide of madness. The fighting was brutal. Warm blood covered me in seconds. I tore at a vampire's throat with my teeth, spitting out a chunk of his throat as I dropped his corpse to the ground and spun around in time to meet a witch, a spell of attack ready on her lips. It slammed into my chest, and I plowed through those around me, hitting the ground and rolling hard back to my feet. Seneca's scream reached me, but I couldn't find her through the mass of bodies pressing in around me. I cursed, attacking with a new fury, but the enemy wasn't going down without a fight. Someone screamed to my right as the flames jumped from the vampire to the demon and consumed his body in a blink. Really? I muttered in disbelief because this fight wasn't hard enough already. We had to deal with a fire that could devour our forces. Another burst of red fire appeared over the fortress, but this time it was coming for our side of the battlefield. I yelled a warning and took cover as the fireballs struck the ground, igniting the dried grasses and a number of our people and Rudarius's own. A flash of red hair caught my eye a second time, but then it was gone, pushing through the throng of attacking vampires. I took down another shifter and straightened, spinning around until the front gate of the fortress came into view. The army had stopped pouring out, meaning they were all on the field now. The signal. I had to give Marley the signal to attack from the trees. It was an easy enough plan, but I was in the center of the field now, with no easy path back to Macron, or one to the trees, but if the Phi didn't join the fight soon, we'd be overrun and slaughtered. I searched through my coat pocket for the coin Macron enchanted and gave to me a few hours before the battle. All I had to do was whisper the word and throw it into the air. Then someone crashed into my back, and the coin rolled away through the mud. With a curse I threw myself after it, straining to keep it in my sights as it passed between legs, and finally came a stop on a small tuft of grass. I bent to snatch it when a shifter snarled right in my ear. I whirled around, ready to stab him through, but his face was already scrunched in pain. He shuddered, then fell to the ground in a heap. Seneca stood behind him, her shadowed blades dripping blood. Her eyes were hard and mostly black now. She nodded, then took off without me getting a chance to say anything. I take it as a good sign she hadn't let me be mauled to death. With the coin in hand, I whispered the word to trigger the spell, then threw it as hard as I could. The coin exploded like a firework of blues and greens. Some of the vampires nearest me paused in their fighting, when arrows shot from the trees on both sides. The Phi archers' aims were true, and the enemy dropped in clusters. There was a yell from the rear lines directing the forces toward the trees, but the onslaught of arrows slowed them down, giving the main army a chance to regroup in the center and attack again. But the fires blessing Rudarius's army were taking more of our number down than we could hope to kill of the enemy. A familiar shout sounded close by, and I whirled around. I spotted Nathaniel, currently engaged with 3 vampires. I jumped in to assist him, running a vampire through his heart as Nathaniel decapitated the other 2 with one swing. "Run back to Macron," I yelled. "Tell him he has to do something to put those fires out." Nathaniel looked reluctant to leave. 2 witches charged from behind him, and I threw him back toward our lines, shouting for him to get a move on. My blade slashed through the air, pushing the witches back. I decked the one on the right as she tried to speak, then kicked the second in the gut. She stumbled backward, but the spell went off anyway, and I found myself unable to hear anything around me. I worked my jaw as if that would somehow help, but I staggered around, deaf to the fight. As terrible as the situation was, being without hearing made it seem that much worse. All around me, I saw fighting, saw members of our army fall, even as the 5 finally had to break from the cover of the woods and run in to join the fray. If we couldn't put out the fires protecting Rudarius's forces, we'd never make it to the damned fortress. A raindrop fell on my cheek and I glanced skyward. More drops fell, icy to the touch. My hearing slowly came back. The gentle shower turned into a full-on downpour, turning the already muddy ground into a sloshy mess. But as I watched, the flames Rudarius set went out. Macron. He'd done it. He'd found a way to end the enchantment. Hoisting my sword high, I shouted and blurred through a line of witches, slashing through them all in one strike. Far to my right, a flash of red hair drew my gaze. Seneca was surrounded by a ring of vampires, but she took them all on, not breaking stride for a second. With blood on her face, hands, and clothes, she looked like a demon pulled from the depths of hell. I fought my way toward her, but my path was closed off almost as soon as it appeared. As the rain poured down, we rallied our forces and pushed forward, driving Rudarius's forces back toward the fortress. As I decapitated another vampire, I spotted Wendell making a break for the fortress, several other vampires tagging along with him. Good. With any luck, he'd free the prisoners, and we might be able to have a third wave join the fighting. A furious roar came from behind me, and I spun to see Owen and several other demons. Bodies were scattered all about their feet. He took a second to nod at me, then charged headlong into a crowd of shifters barreling down on Marley and Lark. I looked around once more for Seneca, but there was no sign of her. Rudarius remained atop the wall, pacing back and forth as he watched the battle. I hissed, needing to get to him the same time Seneca did. Even as I thought it, a voice told me there was no way. She'd find him first, and she'd face him alone just as she wished. My thoughts darkened as I wondered how that fight would end. One step at a time. First, I had to survive. I plunged my sword through a shifter's head, kicked his limp body off my blade, and zeroed in on my next target.
Chapter 10. Seneca. I slammed my fist into the vampire's face, breaking his fangs. He screamed in pain, but I didn't stop. I followed it up with a second hit and a third, driving him to the blood-soaked ground. The shadows twisted and reformed in my right hand until a stake was formed. With a furious yell, I drove it down into the vampire's chest. He clutched at it, as his dying screech echoed over the battlefield. Then he was still, and I yanked it free, searching for my next victim. As I straightened, shoving my wet hair from my face, I tried to see how we were doing. But until we killed Rudarius, there wouldn't be an end to this fight. How could there be? Even with the vampire covens and the Phi army, Rudarius's forces outnumbered ours easily, 10-1. If not more. If we fell, there'd be no sunlight, not here. The darkness would spread until it covered the whole country, the continent. He would destroy every living being and rule this world. He would if I wasn't here to stop him. Another vampire charged me, and I dodged to the right, but 2 more flew at me from the left. One bit down on my shoulder, and I screamed at the pain, but it wasn't long until he was flailing, grabbing for his burning throat. I might be a Phi of the night, but pure moonlight was enough to kill any vampire dumb enough to try and drain me dry. They should have learned that by now. The second vampire grabbed hold of my arm and brought his fist around. I ducked at the last second and kicked out his legs. But there were 5 more vampires, maybe 6, swarming me. The sheer weight of them slammed me into the ground. I dug my nails into the mud seeking purchase, but couldn't find any. They stopped trying to bite me, but a stab to my side had me growling in fury as the shadows within me swirled and grew. Seneca. Draven. He was close, but he wasn't going to get to me in time. You're really going to let them bring you down? Weak, pathetic vampires. I snarled at the voice, pushing up on my arms, but the vampires shoved me right back down as claws raked the length of my back. Warmth spilled out of the fresh wounds, and I caught a kick to the face, dazing me. Draven shouted again, but there was no use looking for him. Get your ass up, Seneca. Get up and finish what we started. You are not weak. Get up. Get up. On the last shout, the power inside me sucked in a breath, then with my yell it exploded outward. Whips of darkness wrapped around the vampires who'd pinned me, and they were consumed by the darkness until nothing but ash remained. As I found my feet, I gritted my teeth, ignoring the new wounds, and pushed forward through the fighting. Several shifters in their massive wolf forms rushed across the field through the torrential rains. My lip twitched in disgust, and 2 short swords reformed in my hands as living parts of me. I shifted my feet, and as soon as they were close enough, ran right for them. I tore through their bodies like they were nothing but paper, blood spraying. Their bodies hit the ground with heavy thuds, and I moved on. The path to the main gate was blocked by a massive swarm of vampires and witches. But there, standing atop the wall, glaring at me with those red eyes, was the only monster I cared to reach. Rudarius. His eyes flickered with red shifting shadows as his hands gripped the stone wall. The coward. Hiding behind his army, when he should be down here fighting. I smirked and he backed away, his lip rising to bare his fangs. His blonde hair whipped wildly in the breeze. I held his gaze as I took a step closer, then another, as the fight continued around me. He fears you, the voice inside my head said with a cackle. And he should. Yes, he should indeed. I didn't even have to close my eyes to reach out to his mind anymore. In his determination to manipulate my mind, twist me around to want to be with him, even fall in love with him, he opened a doorway between us that would only close when one of us was dead. I used it now, saw it easily in my mind's eye. His body stiffened as I found his mind and waltzed on in. A calm, collected Rudarius was not what I found this time. His mind was in torment, watching the battle take place. And though his army was doing its job of taking us out, fear remained. Not of our army. Of me. I grinned, laughing as I came back to myself, standing in the middle of the fighting. Rudarius hadn't moved, but his smile caught me off guard. Something heavy crashed into me from the side, sending me flying, rolling head over heels until I finally came to a stop. Shaking my head out, I stayed on one knee to see what the hell hit me. The great monstrous beast had to stand at least 10 feet tall, eyes red, foot-long claws on both hands. Its skin was ashen and pockmarked. Its deformed face was twisted and shifted, but from what I could tell, once upon a time it had been a troll. And Rudarius took it home to his dungeon, and messed it up. Its jaw fell open to reveal massively long canines as it roared at me. Spit flew from its lips, and then it was lumbering in a face sprint across the field. I glanced to the wall to find Rudarius's smile even wider now. Probably thinking he was about to cause my death. Not happening. No way was I letting a troll kill me. 2 more swords appeared in my lands, longer than the first set, and I waited. The troll barreled through the fighting, not stopping for anything or anyone, not even those on his side. Vampires and shifters alike scurried to get out of his way. He raised his arm ready to swipe at me, but I rolled under his massive arm and slashed at his side with both swords. His angry yell only lasted a second, then he spun around and grabbed hold of me with his other hand, faster than I'd have believed he could move. He squeezed his fist. I gasped, my ribs threatening to splinter. But I drove both blades into his wrist, and he let me go, clutching at his useless hand. He stomped, trying to squash me, but I rushed around to his back and with a leap landed on his shoulders. He scrambled to get me off, but I brought the two blades together in my hands and plunged them into the beast's skull. I twisted for good measure, and its body shuddered then collapsed. I jumped off when it hit the ground and stared down the vampires and witches blocking my way to Rudarius. Wielding the two-handed blade now, I flashed them a wicked grin and darted forward, using my power to add to my speed. There was no time to think of the others who were fighting somewhere on this field. Of Macron or Owen, not of my brother or Shane. No one. Not even Draven. The only one who mattered now was Rudarius. And getting to him. I swung the blade wide, carving a bloody path through the vampires and witches, not slowing for anything. I punched and headbutted. Sliced through bodies and limbs, watched heads roll as the blade easily slashed through necks. The closer I came to the front gate, the more blood covered my body, matted my hair. The shadows closed in around me, acting like a second layer of armor. They lashed out, protecting my back as I fought my way forward. More and more bodies were left behind me, and I spun to my right, catching a vampire's neck with the blade. His head bounced to the ground, and beyond him was the gate. I glanced toward the wall. Rudarius blurred out of sight. Seneca, wait, Draven shouted. Don't go after him alone. I spared a second to glance over my shoulder to find Draven fighting to get to me, but there was no waiting. I sprinted inside the fortress, searching for the monster who'd started this all. I would kill him, and then everything could back to normal. I could go back to being just Seneca. No, you cannot, the voice inside me warned. You are destined for greatness, Seneca. There is no more going back. There is only moving forward. I skidded around a turn as I rushed inside the massive stone structure. I paused. Rudarius was close. His rage and fear pressed in around me as if to smother me. I changed my one sword back to two short ones and stalked the halls, unsure of where my feet took me, but letting them guide the way. When I reached a set of double wooden doors, I smirked. Oh, Rudarius, I called out loudly, I'm home. I kicked the center of the doors as hard as I could, and they exploded inward. Dust and wood splinters filled the air. I stomped inside. The room was large, and the ceiling stretched far above my head. 3 black iron chandeliers hung from it, the candles long since melted and burnt out. Windows lined the room, the blood-red curtains were thrown open. Stone pillars lined the right side of the room, and portraits decorated the left. More tall iron candle holders surrounded the space, leading to the 3 steps at the far end. On the raised platform was a black chair, tall and narrow. And seated on it was Rudarius himself. Seneca. I see you have found me. His tone was casual, but his red eyes gave away his true emotions. I moved closer, one slow step at a time. He stiffened. Rudarius, so good of you to be waiting for your execution. I was getting a bit tired of running around. His lip twitched. Execution? You'll not be killing me this day. Oh no? Funny because I'm pretty sure I will be. Didn't you get my warnings these last few days? All those lovely nightmares I crafted just for you, I replied, and his eyes widened just a hair. Didn't you enjoy seeing your own death repeatedly? Experiencing it too. What do you think? Did I do a good job? No, he whispered. You did not break me. Not as good as you did me, I'll admit, I went on as if I hadn't heard him, but I got to you all the same. Got under your skin. I'm the reason you're here after all. He swallowed loudly and unfolded his tall form from the chair. No. No. I didn't even ask a question. You are mine. You understand me. He stepped down from the platform. Mine. I molded you. I turned you, and I am your master. You will obey me. You will lay down your arms and take your place beside me as my bride. That is all you will be doing here, Seneca. The rings on his left hand sparked with his words. The order slammed into me, and I staggered back a step, gritting my teeth. If I was a normal vampire, I would have no choice but to obey. But Rudarius no longer had any hold on my mind. The dark fire in me saw to that. I panted, making it seem as if I fought against his orders. He came closer, falling for the act. I sank to my knees, shaking my head, as my 2 short swords vanished into nothing. Please, I begged, my voice a few octaves higher than normal, don't do this. You had your chance to join me willingly. Do not fret, my pet. After 100 years or so, you will come to see this is the only way. His hand rested atop my head as I lowered it. I had to, so he couldn't see my smirk. Join me, Seneca. Say you will obey me. I forced a shudder and tried to pull away. Never. You are making this harder than it needs to be. Take my hand, be with me, and I will show you everything we can do together. A laugh nearly slipped from my mouth, but I turned it into a choking gag. The voice inside my head laughed long and loud enough for both of us. Rudarius circled behind me, resting his hands on my shoulders with a sigh. You are mine, Seneca, you always have been. My other half I've searched for. This time I couldn't help it. I cackled. His fingers dug into my shoulders at the sound. I hunched over, tears springing to my eyes as I shook my head. Oh man. How long did you practice this speech, huh? You sound so desperate. I mean, really? I glanced up, catching his surprised gaze. Did you honestly believe that would work? That? He started to pull away, but I reached around and snagged the hand bearing his rings. Release me at once. I held on as I found my feet, turning to face him, then twisted his arm. He hissed. Yeah, never following your orders. Ever. Besides, you already showed me just how strong I am. Thanks for that. I shoved him away from me. He held his hand, disbelief on his face. No, this isn't how it's meant to be, he whispered. What? Me standing here, ready to kill you. I smiled as I recalled my 2 short swords, created completely out of shadows, to my hands. I moved to attack, but he threw his left hand out, and a shockwave of dark energy crashed into me. I soared up, and wings of pure shadow sprouted from my back, catching me. They pumped easily, righting me in the air. I glowered at Rudarius as he made ready for his next attack. You just had to push me. I will find a way to make you mine, he warned, and his gaze flickered to the door. He was going to run, the coward. But I wasn't about to let him get away from me. Not again. The moment he turned to go, I threw my sword at his back, and it plunged through up to the hilt. He grunted, but it must have barely missed his heart. He turned, baring his fangs and snarling like the wild beast he was. I landed on my feet. You will fight me. Nostrils flaring, he reached behind his back for the hilt and wrenched the blade from his body. Blood dripped from it to the stones at his feet. His blood. He dropped the sword and tried to leave a second time. A whip formed in my right hand, and I let it fly, catching him around the neck. I yanked him back to me, and as soon as he was at my feet, I released my hold and thrust my right hand toward the doors. A barrier of darkness formed, trapping him inside with me. I molded a new sword and tossed it to him. End this now. He flipped smoothly to his feet, looking at the blade, then at me. You and I had an understanding once, he mused quietly. You were comforted by me. Do you not recall those times? When you cried on my shoulder? When you let me hold you? I rolled my shoulders with a grimace. Sadly, I do, but those moments weren't real, and you know it. Aren't they? He stepped over the blade and came closer. You and I have a connection, Seneca, a strong one. Don't be the reason it never has a chance to grow, to turn into something far greater. I lowered my blade, remembering all too clearly what I felt each time I'd been with him. I care for you more than anything in this world. Deep down you know this. He reached for my hand, the one holding the blade, and took it from me without a fight from me. It clattered to the floor, and then he wrapped his arms around me in an embrace. This anger is understandable, but I can show you how to use it. A small part of me perked up at his words, at the comfort he gave, but it was quickly squashed by the rest of me, silently screaming. Shadows rose within my mind, and ignoring the promise I made to Draven to not let myself be controlled by the power, I let those shadows fill every inch of me. Let them build higher and higher, until there was only magic. Only the legacy of my people. I smiled wickedly, then bit down hard on Rudarius's neck. He roared in anguish and threw me away from him, then pressed a hand to the wound. He staggered back further, but there was nowhere for him to run. The truth crashed into him, and his lips parted with terror. I can taste your fear, I mused as I licked my lips. You are not my Seneca. You should never have unleashed the beast from the cage, I said casually, my words rough with the power coursing freely throughout my body and mind. My soul. I had a brief pang of regret, but then it was gone, lost in the tangled web of my ever-darkening thoughts of mayhem and bloodshed. I formed a new blade in my hand and stalked toward my prey. Time to finish this. I charged forward. Rudarius formed a sword in his hands, barely managing to parry my first attack. He shoved me back, but I only came at him harder the second time. Our blades moved in a blur of speed. He spun away from me, and landed a hit to my side. I screamed and slashed at his face with my sharp nails, drawing blood. You shouldn't have pushed me, I shouted as my sword nearly stabbed him in the shoulder. You should have left me alone. I kicked his chest and he flew back, slamming into the steps. You should never have taken me in the first place. I charged him. When our blades met this time, there was a shockwave of energy. It blew us apart, and we landed in heaps on opposite ends of the room. I pushed to my knees. As Rudarius's eyes met mine, there was no sympathy left in them. No more care for me. There was only the promise of violence and my death. Good. I didn't want this to be easy. I gripped my sword in my hands, and as a battle cry tore free of my throat, I met him blade for blade, ready to finish this. Ready for it to be over.
Chapter 11. Draven. A familiar shouted curse drew my attention. Seneca. She left a trail of bodies in her wake. I struggled to keep her in my sights as vampires came at me, one after the other. I'd lost one of my daggers and my sword a while back, but my last blade remained firmly gripped in my hand. Mud and blood covered me. Shane fought close by. Every now and then, I heard his vivid cursing. Marley and Lark weren't too far behind. The damned rain finally stopped. We'd met Rudarius's forces head-on, and I'd worried, if as much as they outnumbered us, that we'd never gain an advantage. I had to get to Seneca, but I lost sight of her as a massive troll lumbered into view. Seriously? Shane shouted as he joined me. What the hell, man? You go left. I go right. Yeah, sure, why the hell not, he muttered, and we split as the troll came for us. The beast was massive, bearing a large sword easily 2 times the length of my body. His grayish skin was wrinkled and covered in coarse black hair. His mouth yawned open wide, letting loose a howl that hurt my ears. His blade struck the ground right where we'd been standing. I slashed at the troll's side, Shane doing the same at his other. All that seemed to do was piss him off. He spun around, slashing wildly through the air. Shane nearly lost his head, and I yanked him to the ground just in time. The troll stomped his feet, aiming to crush us. I rolled right, ending up between his legs. I stabbed upward with all my strength. The troll shrieked and dropped his sword. Shane leapt atop him and stabbed him in the neck, over and over, until the great beast finally collapsed to the ground. He hopped off and held out a hand to haul me to my feet. Never talk about that, I growled, knowing that image was going to be seared into my mind for a very long time. To anyone. Ever. He smirked as he bowed his head. Whatever you say, but that was a pretty low blow. 3 shifters sprinted toward us, and I shoved him away, back into the fight. As I dropped one shifter dead, I took a chance to pause and look toward the fortress. Rudarius had been watching from the safety of his wall, but I no longer saw him. A figure sprinted through the fray, and then darted inside the fortress. Seneca. She was going for Rudarius. I intended to rush in after her, but Shane nudged me back at my side. Wendell's back, and look what he brought. Wendell had agreed to sneak into the fortress once the battle was underway, and see if he could liberate those within the dungeons. It was a foolish plan, really, since we had no way to know how many prisoners were there, or if they'd be willing to fight. Wendell blurred into the battle leading the charge, as 5 vampires and mages followed right behind, looking ticked off and out for blood. Their numbers added to ours, and flanked the right side of Rudarius's army. It'd give us a slight advantage, but not for long. "Draven," Wendell shouted as he appeared in front of me. "The totem." I saw it. "Where?" "Center of the fortress. The base is in the dungeons. The mages and Phi are powering it. If we can get to it and break them free, we might be able to close the rift before it's too late." "What do you mean?" "We saw the rest of his army," he explained in a rush. "They're coming, and we won't be able to hold them off. Not a chance in hell." Damn it. Seneca had told the feds we needed their aid. They said their hands were tied. The fighting force of vampires, Phi, and demons was not enough to stand against the full might of Rudarius. Seneca's raw fury reached out to me, but I couldn't go help her, not yet. If only we had more numbers, then maybe. Wendell was right. We had to destroy the totem. "Shane, come with us." "Wendell, take us to it." The 3 of us blurred through the fighting, taking down anyone who stood in our way, and made it inside the fortress. Wendell darted right, and we followed him down and around the dungeons. My eyes focused straight ahead, not wanting to be sucked into the memories I had of this place. We passed the cells and burst through a set of double doors. This room had been used to torture vampires with sunlight. Now, it had been replaced by a massive glowing totem that was covered in crudely carved runes. Mages and Phi surrounded it in 3 rings, hands manacled to the stones at their feet. Red light seeped from their eyes directly to the totem. None of them seemed to notice we were even there, but the guards on the far side of the room did. The vampires shouted, "Hen and all," and rushed toward us. "Shane, get them out of here," I yelled. I caught the stake in one vampire's hand and twisted his arm around so he stabbed himself. Now. Shane took off as Wendell, and I dealt with the guards. I caught a fist to the face and another to the back, then spun around and caught a third with the blade of my dagger. The vampire screamed as his arm hit the floor, but it wasn't for long. His head joined the dismembered limb, and I made quick work of the other 2. Wendell held off 3 more, bashing one into the far wall until his head was nothing but a hunk of bloody meat. "Help him." "I got this." He butted his forehead into another vampire's. I came to the first prisoner and hacked at the chains with the sword until they broke. But the light didn't fade from his eyes. I gripped the old mage's shoulders and shook him hard. "Wake up," I shouted in his face, hissing and snarling. "Nothing." "Shane." "I don't know. It's like they're trapped in a daze or something," he yelled from across the room. "They weren't this bad when we rescued Macron and Helena. It's gotten worse the longer they've been here, I think." I sheathed my dagger at my hip and slapped the man in front of me. His head flew back and he blinked, but the red light remained, pulling his gaze right back to the totem. "Just unchain them all for now," I ordered Shane. "We'll have to destroy that thing to free them." We worked our way around the room, breaking chains of every prisoner. Wendell finished off the last vampire guard. By the time we reached the final prisoner, I had hoped maybe the chains were part of the problem, but as they clanked to the floor, nothing happened. The red lights remained, sucking the power from the Phi and mages. "I don't understand." Wendell grabbed hold of a Phi and tried to turn her away from the totem. He did, and we hoped all we had to do was remove them from the room. But as soon as Wendell and the Phi made it to the door, she froze. Wendell went to pick her up, but she grabbed him by his shirt, threw him across the room with strength she should not have possessed, and returned to her post. "All right, any other ideas?" he muttered, getting up and rubbing the back of his head. "The totem, it's all linked to the totem." I walked closer, reached out a hand. Shane yanked me back. "What?" "Don't touch it. You have no idea what it might do." The stone pulsed and seemed to writhe with a life of its own. He had a point. Getting sucked into that magical void was not part of the plan. I considered finding Macron and seeing if he could find a way to blow it up when a horrible shriek burst from the totem. A crack formed right down the center, and the light flickered in and out. Around us, those who'd been attached to it blinked and slumped over, holding their heads. They looked around, clearly lost. The totem cracked again, and I grabbed hold of those closest to me, shoving them toward the door. "Get everyone out." Shane and Wendell did as I ordered, while more cracks formed on the totem. They spread like a spiderweb, racing up and down the length of the stones. The red light burned so brightly it blinded me. A hand grabbed hold of my arm, and I was pulled through the doorway as the totem burst into pieces, shattering. Stones fell and slammed into the floors and walls. I covered my head with my arms, grunting as the debris struck my back and legs. When they stopped scattering, I slowly lifted my head and peered through the heavy haze of dust. The totem was a burnt-out crater in the center of the room. What did that? I shook my head at Shane's question, then paused. Seneca. I shut my eyes, searching for the connection we shared. There was nothing but darkness. A harsh cackle filled my mind. I flinched, falling into the wall. Seneca. I have to find her. "We'll come with you," Wendell suggested. I snarled at him. "No, you get these people out." With the totem destroyed, Rudarius's power is gone. His army might still try to fight. I frowned as a ray of sunlight poured in, bright and far too cheery for this moment, landing where the totem had been. The sunlight's back. Shane and Wendell both cursed, but I didn't stick around. I rushed through the fortress, seeking out any hint of Seneca. That cackle grew louder in my head, deafening me, so that I turned right instead of left. It faded, and I backtracked until the sound was so loud I expected my ears to be bleeding. The noise led me to the shattered doorway of Rudarius's throne room. Outside chaos reigned. Shouts and screams, but they sounded far away as I stepped through the doorway and peered inside. Sunlight dappled the room, streaming in through the upper windows. The curtains remained open. I did a quick scan of the room and sighed to see Seneca's head of red hair as she sat perched in Rudarius's throne. "You're alive," I whispered, relieved to see her there. "Rudarius." "He's around," she replied, but her voice sounded off. I squinted, struggling to see her better, but where she sat was all in shadow, too dark for even my eyes to penetrate. "He's alive." "Where?" I walked toward her when my boot slipped on something wet. A dark substance covered the floor. I bent and dipped my fingers in it. Blood. I paused as my eyes took in the amount of gore that stretched from one end of the room all the way to where Seneca sat. Dodging the sunlight, I moved further in, coming across an arm first. Then a leg. A few more bits and pieces were scattered around the throne room. "What did you do?" "What?" "I told you he was around," she replied with a dark laugh. "Not a lie." I cleared my throat, not sure what to say to that. I moved around another beam of sunlight, nearing the throne. Seneca sat in it, right leg hanging over the arm, as she lounged on a chair that once held the monstrous Rudarius. Her left hand was up over her head, and there was something clutched in her grasp. Something that looked exactly like Rudarius's head. "You killed him." She laughed again as she straightened in the chair and tossed the severed head. It rolled then landed at my feet. His eyes were frozen open in terror, and his fangs had been viciously ripped from his mouth. She stood slowly, and the amount of blood covering her normally would have had me rushing forward to check her for wounds. But the look in her eyes, solid black eyes, stopped me. A wicked grin curled her lips, and the shadows moved with her as she paced along the platform. When she turned, I spotted her right hand and cursed. There wasn't just one set of rings on her fingers. Rudarius's rings. She wore them too. She stretched her arms over her head, then rolled her shoulders, letting out a long, heavy sigh. "Seneca, Rudarius is dead, and the totem he created has fallen. You need to come with me." She jerked to a stop, not looking at me, and whispered, "Why would I do that?" "Seneca, please." I swallowed hard. That damned vision of briars coming back to haunt me as she turned and stared me down. We need to make sure the rift closed. It hasn't. What? How do you know? Why would I close it? There is much work to be done. So much work. What are you talking about? I demanded. Seneca, answer me. She moved faster than I thought possible and pressed her fingers to my lips as she shushed me. Now. You don't want to make me think you're going to stop me, do you? Because that's what it sounds like you're about to say, and that is not what I want to hear. I took hold of her right hand, but flinched when the ring shocked me and burned my fingers. She laughed and backed away. I'll take over his army. Hell, I might not even need them. I'll return to Otherworld and claim the Phi lands and finish what Rudarius could not. He was so weak, so feeble-minded. The races need a ruler, yes, but not him. She sauntered around his head, crouching near it to smooth the hair gently from his forehead. Pathetic. She dropped 2 small items by his head, and as she danced away, I spotted the fangs she'd ripped from his mouth. Seneca, this isn't you, I tried again. Come back to me. Think about what you're saying. Oh, I am. I've thought about it long and hard. She stopped her spinning and spread her arms wide. Look around you, Draven. Could you ever imagine having such a fortress at your disposal? An army ready and waiting for your command. My command? Yes. You and me together, we could rule this pathetic excuse for a world. Take back what is rightfully ours. She walked closer as she spoke. Think about it. He stole your coven from you and all your lands. The Phi kicked my entire race out of Otherworld. Out of any realm they could exist in. This is our chance. It's our time. She held out her hand for mine. Join me. We will be unstoppable. We can be the ones everyone fears. I longed to see a flash of green in those bottomless pits of anger and darkness. To know Seneca, my Seneca, was in there somewhere. That she was striving to get out. But there was only the magic rushing through her. It had taken control, and she was lost. I failed her. Failed to save her. I realized that now I would have no choice but to stop her by killing her. My heart sank, and my stomach rebelled at the notion, but I could mourn later. I could fall apart and find my own way to die once this was over. But first I had to stop her. No. Her smile faltered. No. You refuse my offer. I won't stand by while you turn into the monster he created, I muttered, glaring at Rudarius's head. This is not you. Not even close. Come back to me, please. Her eyes narrowed, and she hissed as she backed away. Seneca, take off the damned rings. The fight is over. We can live in peace now. We can be happy. For centuries we were forced to watch as our powers were drained, as our people died out, and now when I can have vengeance you dare stand in my way. We. Was Seneca not the one talking? They do not have the right to steal your life away. They are my people. This is their time for revenge. You have it. Rudarius wiped out the Phi kingdoms and killed hundreds, thousands of Phi. But he's dead now. It's over. There is no more need to fight. She laughed harshly. Lies. There is always a reason for war. Seneca. A sword formed in her hand, and she attacked. I jumped to the right as the blade slashed down, sparking against the stone floor. I spun around and caught her hands in mine, cursing when those infernal rings burned my palms. Still, I held tight. Don't make me kill you, I pleaded. She hissed viciously and headbutted me. I scrambled for a weapon, but there were none here, and I'd lost my dagger when the totem exploded. It was my bare fists against Seneca and her damned shadows. I waited for her to attack me with them, but she only used her sword. I mistimed her swing and caught the blade to my upper right arm. It sliced through, drawing fresh blood. I staggered away, holding my hand to the wound. I backed into a bar of sunlight and snarled as I whipped around and out of it. Burnt flesh odor filling my nose, I searched for Seneca through the haze filling the room. It would have been the perfect time for her to attack me, but she stood as if frozen, eyes wide. And when I shifted to see her better, I saw a flicker of green. It was only there for the span of a breath, but it was there all the same. "Seneca," I shouted. Her head snapped in my direction, and the green was gone. But I saw it. I know I did. I just had to get to her somehow. Seneca screamed as she came after me, slashing her blade through the air. I ducked and weaved, kicking her solidly in the back, sending her staggering into the candle holders. She went down with them, and when she came at me again, her fist met my face with the hilt of her sword, driving me across the floor. I made a grab for her hand, but she switched and hit my torso, breaking several ribs with that one strike. I sank to my knees as she suddenly stumbled away, shaking her head. I spat blood from my mouth and held my side as I tried to straighten. She cursed under her breath, seeming to argue with herself as she turned her back to me. I took the brief pause in the fight to search my coat and boots, praying for a knife, anything. Tucked in my left boot was a small dagger, hardly enough to stand against her sword, but it'd have to do. I grabbed it and tucked it out of sight. She shrieked, and her one sword separated into two. Instinct screamed at me to defend myself when she lunged for me again, to block all her hits to move, but instead I let her hit me again and again. I stopped her from killing me, but I took the beating. She abandoned her swords and grabbed me up by my shirt. My eyes were swollen almost shut from her punches, not healing fast enough to keep up with her attack. As I watched, those black depths lessened to reveal the green hidden within. Her lips parted, and her grip loosened, but then the black flooded right back, and she tossed me across the room like I was little more than a rag doll. Sunlight pierced my skin, and I couldn't hold back my shout of pain. I crawled to get away from those harmful rays. Seneca paced through them with ease, her hands curling at her sides, her jaw clenched. She jerked to a stop, then tilted her head to the side. The green seems to have appeared more frequently, but as soon as I said her name, she was on me, punching me repeatedly with that ringed hand. She could have killed me by now, I told myself in between the punches that left me seeing spots. But she hadn't. Seneca was in there. I just had to get her to come out. My body went limp in her hold. Her fist paused in its next attack. Her whole body shook. She gasped as if coming up for air. "Draven," she breathed, voice strained. She tried to let me go, but her body fought against her. "Please," she begged, tears burning in her eyes, already darkening again. "Kill me." "No," I snapped, covering her blood-drenched hands with mine. "You can fight this." "You can." "I can't." She lowered her head, and then she grabbed the dagger I'd hidden, still in my hand, and pressed against her chest. "Do it. Kill me." "I'm not killing you." I tried to remove my hand, but she was too strong. "I can't stop it," she whispered, desperation etched into every line on her face as her eyes darkened then lightened again. "Do it. Kill me. Kill me." I bellowed in response as I held the dagger to her chest. This couldn't be the only way to end the war. I refused to believe it. She cupped my cheek and tried to soothe me as I made ready to kill the only woman I ever loved in this world. "Do it, Draven. I can't hold it back any longer. Kill me." I shook my head, muttering under my breath the whole time. I caught sight of her ringed hand holding fast to my shirt. The rings. There was only a chance this would work, but a chance was better than stabbing her in the heart and living with her blood on my hands for the rest of my many years. "Never," I replied. Seneca's eyes turned all black once more. She opened her mouth to scream, but I pulled on whatever strength was left within me and pinned her to the floor. I slammed her right hand into the stones, and even as her shadows threatened to tear me to pieces, as they wrapped around my limbs, seeped into my very being, I brought the dagger down and severed her hand from her body. A multitude of screams erupted as the shadows burst all around us, throwing us apart. I landed in a heap near the doors, smacking my head on the stones. Utter silence followed. I sat up, numb to my wounds as I crawled through the throne room. "Seneca," I tried to say, but it came out as a croak. "Seneca." There was no reply. I grunted as I straightened, searching in vain for her. Had the power consumed her? Fear that it had pushed me. I fell twice, then finally spotted her. Seneca's body was splayed against the stone steps, her right arm bloody, missing a hand. It lay farther off, the rings on it sparking and cracking as the power left them for good. I ignored them and fell to her side. "Seneca, come on, love," I muttered, hoisting her into my lap. "Breathe. You have to breathe." Blood oozed from the stump at her right arm, but there was no heartbeat, no intake of breath. Shaking my head in disbelief, I placed her flat on the floor and started compressions against her chest. When those failed, I bashed my fist into her sternum, yelling her name. She shot upright and sucked in a breath, then collapsed again. But she was alive. I kissed her forehead in relief, red tears falling from my eyes. She was alive. She wasn't awake, but she was breathing, and her heart beat loudly in her chest. I tore my shirt and wrapped the wound I'd given her. Somehow, I picked her up and carried her from the throne room and through the deserted fortress of Rudarius. The rift was hopefully closed now. When I neared the entrance, there were no sounds of battle. I couldn't step out into the sunlight, but I remained in the shadow of the doorway, my eyes searching. As if they knew I was coming, storm clouds blew in from the south and blocked out the harsh rays of the sun. I stepped out of the fortress as rain once again fell from the sky, washing the blood from my face. I shifted Seneca in my arms so her face was against my shoulder, clutching her as close as I could. I made it a few yards when my legs gave out, and I sank to my knees in the mud. "Draven." I glanced up to see Nathaniel standing before me, Shane at his side. Beyond him, Owen, Macron, and Marley sprinted toward us. Words wouldn't form, and all I could do was hold Seneca to me as I shielded her from the rain. "Dead," I whispered at some point as Macron tried to pry her from my arms. "Seneca?" he asked, alarmed. "No, Rudarius. He's dead." Macron nodded, then glanced to Seneca's right arm. "Draven?" "The rings." "Draven?" My mouth opened, but no sound came out. I let them take Seneca from my arms, then fell backward. Owen, of all people, picked me up and gently carried me over his shoulder. I smiled at how pissed off this was probably making him, but then my eyes closed and I let myself slip into unconsciousness. Chapter 12. Draven. A curse fell from my lips as soon as my eyes opened. The curtains were pulled over the window of a room I knew all too well. My head throbbed, and every inch of my body was in pain. This room, it had been mine during the time I stayed in Rudarius's fortress. Why was I back here? Had I dreamt it all? "Good, you're finally awake," a deep growling voice came from the far corner of the room. "Not a dream," I muttered to myself as Owen marched over. "You're here." "I'm here. Macron ordered me to keep an eye on you until you woke up. Now you're awake and I'm going." He turned for the door, but I called his name. "What do you want, vampire?" "Seneca." "Where is she?" His shoulders hunched, but he turned back and rubbed his forehead hard. "Alive." "Where is she?" "You can't see her yet. She hasn't awakened yet. Macron's been with her for the last 4 days." "Days?" He nodded, his face solemn. "You had the shit beat out of you, and whatever you did to her to sever the power messed her up pretty bad. Internally, mentally, her soul." All Macron said. He swallowed hard and didn't finish. "Tell me," I demanded, making to stand, but he shoved me back. "Tell me, Owen." "Her soul was shredded," he finally snapped. "It wasn't you, though. Macron wanted you to know that. I mean, what you did caused some of the damage, but the rest, it wasn't you. The power from the rings, when she combined it with Rudarius's, twisted her around. She fought it and harmed herself in the process." This time I shoved against him as hard as I could and stood. "I want to see her." "You can't." "I'm not staying in here while she's fighting for her life," I snarled. "You can either tell me where she is or move out of the way." I looked wildly around the stone room. And why the hell are we in this cursed fortress? It remained after the rift closed. Macron and the other mages have been working to cleanse it of Rudarius's foul stench. He growled as he said it. And it's the only place large enough to house those who survived the battle. Many were wounded and rebuilding, recovering. It's going to take time and planning. It made sense, but being here made my skin crawl all the same. Where is Seneca? You are in no condition to go to her now. I tried to take a step around him, but my knees shook, and I would have fallen on my face if Owen hadn't caught me and set me forcefully back down. You won't keep me from her, I warned. If this is some macho bullshit you're trying to pull, it won't work, you hear me? I love her, and I will not be kept from her. Never again. He stormed away from me, shoulders tense. I won't fight you for Seneca, he said as he turned back to face me. She was right about me. About what I tried to do. I said nothing, not sure where he was going with this. I tried to fix her because I saw something wrong with her. But you see who she truly is. I failed her in that regard. As much as I care for her, I can never be what she needs me to be. All I ask is you look out for her. Love her, Draven, and see that she finally finds a way to be happy. I stood and this time found the strength to take the few steps between us. I held out my hand for his, and he took it to my surprise. I will, but I have to see her, Owen. Please. Take me to her. His grip tightened on mine as he hung his head. It's going to be hard for you. I don't care. Come on then. Fair warning, if Macron realizes you're up and moving around already, he's going to have both our hides. With Owen gripping my arm to stop me from falling over, we left the room behind. The going was slow. My wounds were worse than I'd thought. I should have healed by now, but with as much dark magic Seneca attacked me with, I figured it would take longer. Owen guided me through a stretch of corridor I remembered all too well. The air was certainly lighter, and we passed several mages busy at work, casting cleansing rituals in other rooms and in the center of the hallways. The dark tapestries and paintings that used to hang in these corridors were all gone. Hopefully burned. What of the mages? I asked Owen as we walked. Are they going to rebuild the 7 houses? There's been some talk of it. And the demons? He stilled, but only for a second. We're working with the Fae to negotiate land in Otherworld, but many might end up staying here. I see nothing wrong with that plan. And Rudarius's forces. He growled louder, catching the attention of the mages we passed. Those who surrendered are awaiting their fate in the dungeons below. The rest scattered, and we had to let them go. We were in no condition to go after them. Pity. I agree, but our forces took a heavy hit. Many died, many good men and women. It'll take years to recover from this battle, from the war. That was a vast understatement, but I fell silent. The aftermath of Rudarius's conflict was not going to be easy to fix. There were the dead to deal with, the prisoners to transport, lands to reclaim in Otherworld. I asked him if the veil was functioning properly, after Rudarius messing around with creating cracks between realms. He gave me a quick nod in reply. At least now, we could go back and forth between Otherworld and this world without worrying there was permanent damage to the magic that allowed us to do so. We turned down a corridor that led to several large chambers, and Owen came to a stop. She's in the room at the very end, he whispered. You're sure about this? Yeah, I'm sure. I took a couple of steps forward, but Owen didn't follow. You're not coming. Once was enough. I can't see her again, not like that. I didn't judge him, not after he paled and looked blankly at the far wall, as if he was trying to stop seeing whatever image of Seneca was in his head. I continued on my own, the going slow, and used the wall to hold myself up. When I neared the door, the air became thick with magic. Macron's voice came from the room, as did 2 others I didn't recognize. A man and a woman. I opened the door enough to peer inside, and the sight had me falling to my knees in the doorway. Seneca's body arched off the bed, her arms and legs tied down. Her head thrashed back and forth as the 3 mages surrounded her, chanting, The bed had been placed in the center of a room that glowed on the stone floor. An ethereal version of Seneca's body hovered over her physical one, but it looked as though some beast had dragged its claws through her from chest to hip. Bits were missing, and when she thrashed again, I clutched at the door hard enough to crack it, then blurred toward her. Only the rune stopped me, and I was blasted back to the door. "Draven, what are you doing?" Macron was immediately at my side, hoisting me up. "Let me go to her," I demanded, fighting against him, but I was too damned weak to be of use even against an old man. "Let me be with her, please." "You can't, not right now. We're mending her soul, or trying to." "And if you can't?" I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. "If you can't save her soul, what then, huh? What'll happen?" He sighed and looked away from me until I shouted in his face, "Tell me, Macron. What will happen?" "She might never wake," he replied sadly. "We are going to do everything we can." "This is my fault." My legs gave out again. He managed to get me out of the room and closed the door, cutting off my sight of Seneca. I looked away from him and leaned against the wall, muttering those words repeatedly. I bashed my head into the stone wall. Suddenly Owen was there, crouching in front of me. "Knock it off, you idiot," he snapped. "She needs you to be strong for her. Can you do that or not?" "It's my fault," I whispered again. "I cut off the power. I destroyed her rings. I did this." "I told you that isn't from you," Owen said softer. "She'd been tearing herself apart ever since Rudarius came back into her life. This is not your fault. Stop blaming yourself and be the vampire she needs you to be." "How can I when she's suffering like this, and all I can do is watch?" "You can do much more than that." Macron took firm hold of my shoulders and looked intently into my eyes. "She can sense you as you sense her. Your connection is strong. Use it. The more positive feelings you can have, the more you focus on the love you share, the good memories in your mind, they'll reach her. It might be the only thing that does bring her back to us." "Positive vibes, is that what you're telling me?" I snarled. "She's lying in there with her soul torn to shreds, and that's all you can tell me to do. What the hell is wrong with you?" I shoved at his chest, but he didn't budge. "How can I do that?" "How?" I went on, shaking my head. "You have to find a way, for her." I hung my head and shut my eyes. Now I knew why Owen hadn't wanted to see her again. It was all I saw now, but I chased that image away, only for it to be replaced with the sight of Seneca after we fought, and when I cut off her hand. That one was chased off by the one of her holding Rudarius's head, as she talked about taking over the world. Picking up where he left off. None of those memories were what I wanted. I knocked my head against the wall again, digging deeper and further back, past our fighting during the days leading up to the battle. I stretched as far back as I could, until there was just Seneca and me, sitting on the bench beneath the oak tree. She had the plaid blanket wrapped around her to keep her warm. She rested against my chest as we watched the stars. I clung to that moment when my arms had held her safe, and I kissed her hair. We talked quietly about life after the war. About taking a vacation to the beach as she wanted. We just talked and held each other close. "That's it," Macron's voice reached me through the fog of memories. "Hold on to that moment right there and don't let go." I opened my eyes. "For how long?" "For as long as you can, every day and every hour you're awake. But you cannot stay here. It will only get worse before it gets better. When she is well, I will find you." He squeezed my shoulder, then returned to the chamber, closing the door firmly behind him. "Let's get you back to your room," Owen suggested as he took firm hold of my hand. "No, I can't go back there and just lay around. Not while she's suffering. I have to do something. Help with something." "Where are Shane and Marley?" "Or Nathaniel?" "On the main level, seeing to the wounded. Doing what they can to make this place livable." "Take me to them." He hesitated, but gave in. The march downstairs was much harder. Stairs were not my friend, but I managed not to fall down them, mostly thanks to Owen. There were more vampires and Phi walking around on the main floor, demons too. I spotted a few of my guard who'd survived. Wendell waved to me, but he was busy cleaning up rubble that had fallen into one of the corridors, so I let him be. I didn't need Owen to guide me to the front entrance. I already knew where it was, from memory. "What's with all the yelling?" I asked as we neared. It sounded like Minnie, Marley, and Shane were yelling at someone. When we entered the main foyer, the three of them were staring down a group of men in suits, feds from the look of them. Minnie was holding her own. I was surprised to see her back here, after she left with the rest of the evacuees from Madwich. The man in front, I recognized him as the agent Seneca spoke of several times, the same one who came by the cottage when she tried to warn him Rude Arius was going to attack. "Agent Williams," I said loudly and walked toward him. "What brings you here?" "It would appear everyone here is in violation of 100 laws, probably more," he snapped. "And where did this fortress come from? What is going on here? There are piles of dead bodies out in the fields, Madwich has been emptied, and you all stand here acting like it's no big deal. You know, if you'd been here a week ago, you would have been able to help us defeat Rude Arius." His eyes narrowed. "Defeat? The bastard's dead." "Yes, he's dead, and his army is defeated. There are prisoners in the dungeons. Ones who surrendered. From his army. An army that would have destroyed this town if we hadn't acted," I pointed out. "This isn't Otherworld," he uttered through gritted teeth. "I can't condone fighting battles here. There are human lives to think of. Innocents. And because of us, they're all safe. Take the win, take the prisoners, and get the hell off our land." "Your land?" "Yes, our land. You and I both know who this land belongs to, and you are trespassing." He grunted, annoyed. "Be that as it may, you cannot form an army, no matter whose land it is." "The army is disbanded," I said simply. "Those here are working to rebuild this fortress, which will become the new home for the Bleeding Crown Coven. As such, everyone here is my guest. No army. Just guests. They can stay as long as they wish." "Where's Seneca?" "I've been demanding to speak with her," Agent Williams demanded. "She is unavailable now. Come back in a week or so, and I'm sure she'd love to have a chat with you." My chest ached, willing my words to be true, and she would be better in a week or so. "Is there anything else we can help you with?" One of the men behind Agent Williams whispered in his ear. He nodded slowly and stepped forward. "Fine, but I expect you to hand over all the prisoners to be held accountable for their war crimes against Otherworld, Valesk, and the human realm. They're all yours. Shane. Can you see to it?" "Yes." He began leading the way to the dungeons, telling Agent Williams he was going to need more men than what he had if he wanted to take all the prisoners. "How many are down there?" I asked Owen. "The cells are full." I hadn't expected it to be that many. Minnie and Marley came toward me. "You've seen her," Minnie said. "I sense a heaviness weighing you down." "She'll make it," I insisted. "She has to. I won't let her die." She patted my cheek. I hoped she would say she saw a bright future for Seneca, saw her waking up and rejoining us, but then she walked away, saying she had wounded to tend to. Marley shook my hand firmly. "You need a distraction." "That I do. Anything." He told Owen he'd watch over me, and the demon left us. "We're working on repairs. Good hard manual labor. That'll do just fine." I didn't expect him to take me to the throne room, though. I stopped short at the door. The curtains had been closed over the windows blocking out the sun, but I wasn't sure I could enter that room. Marley called my name. I held up my hand, asking for a minute. I shut my eyes and held in my mind the image of Seneca and me on that bench. I waited until I could physically feel her near me, smell her hair, hear her breathing, and the steady pounding of her heart. Once I had it firmly in mind, I opened my eyes and entered the room. Ash and his brothers and several more Phi were there, clearing out the crumbled stones and tearing down the old tapestries. "You all right?" Marley asked me again. "I'm fine. This is where it happened. But I'm fine." We set to work, and any time the guilt or fear crept in again, I focused on that moment in time when it was just Seneca and me, when nothing else mattered. 5 more days passed, and I threw myself into the work of restoring Rudarius's fortress, making it my own. Nathaniel sent a messenger to the rest of the Bleeding Crown Coven with an update. Rudarius was dead, and they needed to know. The mages continued cleansing the place, though it was slow going, especially when they reached the dungeons and the room where the cracked totem resided. Several couldn't stand to be there longer than a few minutes. Those who had been connected to the totem couldn't enter them at all. Agent Williams removed the prisoners over a 3-day period, since there were so many. But they were off our hands, and that's all that mattered to me. Once the dead were seen to, spirits finally began to lift, and most nights found the halls of Rudarius's once frightening stronghold filled with laughter and music, drinking, and boisterous chatter. His evil was finally going to be put behind us. I sat on a bench at one of the many long tables in the hall, looking into my empty goblet. There was only one person I wanted to see, but she hadn't awakened yet. Macron came to me the day before to say they'd done all they could, and now it was up to her. Too anxious to sit still, and not in the mood for all the cheerfulness surrounding me, I exited the hall and hurried through the fortress. When I reached the door leading to Seneca's room, I sat down on the cold stone outside the door and waited. Macron was in there. I wasn't allowed inside, not yet, but I was going to sit outside her door until she woke up. I shut my eyes and ran through every memory of Seneca, starting with the night she staked me. I smiled softly at that one, then let my mind continue to wander. Our time in Otherworld rushed to the forefront. The first time we kissed, when I held her in my arms and realized she was so much more to me than just some half-vampire, half-Phi hybrid. Watching her fierceness as she fought. Hearing her laughter when we had moments to not think about death hovering over our shoulders. Each night when we slept beside one another, keeping her nightmares at bay. I never told her she did the same for me. How her mere presence was enough to ease my tortured mind and soul. My hands curled into fists on the stones. How could I go on without her? Rudarius was dead, and all I wanted to do was see her back in my arms. If she couldn't be here with me, if she was lost, then I'd be lost right along with her. A door opened, and I jerked upright. I must have fallen asleep at some point. My skin prickled, telling me the sun was up by now. "Draven," Macron whispered from the open doorway, a smile on his face. "Come on inside." "Is she awake?" I asked, hurrying to get to my feet. She was, but only for a couple of minutes. "When she wakes again, I'm sure it's your face she'd like to see instead of mine." He motioned to a chair by her bedside. Seneca rested on the bed, wearing one of her oversized sweaters and black yoga pants. Her left hand was by her side. Her right arm, bandaged and missing a hand, laid across her body. She wasn't bound anymore, and the rune on the floor had been washed away. She simply looked like she was sleeping. Her wounds were visible, but better than when I saw her last. And her soul. It still needs to heal, but I believe she's going to be fine. His smile faltered though, and I waited for the bad news. I didn't get a chance to tell her, but there is no magic left within her. She is still Phi, of course, but the power of her people is gone. Cut out. I did that, didn't I? He nodded, and I appreciated his honesty. You had no choice. She will understand. You saved her life, Draven, that is more important. She would never be able to use her Phi magic again. Not that there were any rings left to channel it, but there was always a chance. I sat down in the chair and held her good hand. Macron said he'd be close by if I needed anything, then was gone. I tried to think of something to say, but there were no words. I looked at her face instead, tracing my fingers down her cheeks, then rested my forehead on her arm. Waiting. It was all I could do. Wait. Time passed, but I didn't pay attention to it. Didn't move from the chair. Eventually, Seneca stirred, and her hand squeezed mine. I sat up, watching as she sucked in a deep breath, then her eyes fluttered open. They glanced around, confused until they landed on my face. "Hey, old man," Seneca whispered, her voice rough. Tears of relief burned in my eyes as I smoothed her hair from her forehead and kissed her softly. "Hey yourself." I wanted to say so much more, but the words became lodged behind a lump in my throat. She reached over to my cheek, trailing her fingers down it, and gently I held that hand. I kissed each fingertip, then let my head fall to the bed. "I'm sorry," I mumbled. "I'm so sorry." "For what?" The covers rustled, and when I straightened, she was sitting up. "Draven, you're not the one who failed. I thought I lost you. I found you, and there was only darkness." She sniffed hard, wiping at her eyes with her one good hand. "And you saved me." "At what cost?" "You nearly died anyway. You still might not make it." I choked on the words. She took hold of my shirt and tugged, not hard, but enough the message came across. She scooted over in bed, and I climbed up to sit beside her. I kissed the top of her head and held her to my side. For a few seconds, she was completely still. Then her shoulders shook, and I held her as she cried, as she broke down in my arms. Her recovery was going to be long and hard. Macron promised not to lie to me about her condition, and I wasn't about to lie to her either. Time was what she needed. Time without fighting or violence. Time to let herself heal from the inside out. And I'd be there by her side every single day, from now until eternity. After a while, her tears stopped flowing, and she held up her right arm, looking at the missing appendage. "It's strange. I can still feel it. I'm sorry." She laughed, surprising me. "For what?" "Chopping off my hand instead of killing me." I started to say yes, then stopped and laughed with her. "Good point. Besides, Macron said he's going to fashion a new one for you. No rush. I'm good with not having any magic in my life for a while." I grimaced. "Seneca, because of what I did." "I don't. I mean, you won't be able to." I rested my head against the headboard, then finally said, "You can't use magic ever again. I'm so sorry." She tilted my face toward her with her left hand and smiled. "I'm okay with that." "You are?" "After all the shit I've been through." "Yeah, I am. I have my life. I have you. I don't need anything else in my life." I wrapped my arms around her, never wanting to let go again. "No more scaring me like that, all right. My old vampire heart can't take it," I teased. She chuckled quietly and snuggled closer. "Seneca." "I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow, or the next month or year, but I know I don't want to live without you." I debated on what to say next, trying to find the perfect words, then gave up and simply asked, "Marry me." She sat up and looked intently into my eyes. "You're serious?" "Yeah, I am." For a horrible second, I thought she was going to say no. Then she leaned in and kissed me, sliding onto my lap so she could hug me close as she did so. "What do you think?" she muttered against my lips, and I kissed her again, passionately. The door opened, and we broke apart as Macron walked in, head down. When he glanced up, he sighed, though a smile played at his lips. "Honestly, you too. Can you not wait for your wounds to heal first?" Seneca shrugged. "We're getting married." Macron blinked and broke into a huge grin. "Shall I go share the good news? Perhaps give you two a bit more time alone." He wiped at his eyes and mumbled something I couldn't hear. Seneca carefully climbed off the bed with my help and walked to Macron. She touched his shoulder, and then he was hugging her, crying on her shoulder. "Thank the gods you're awake again," he whispered, as I sat on the edge of the bed watching and grinning. It appeared in the short time she'd woken earlier, they had a chance to talk and were right with each other once more. "I am." Seneca leaned back and carefully dried Macron's cheeks. "I'm alive, and I'm getting married. Never saw that coming, did you?" Can't say I did. Now how about you take a walk, stretch your legs? You've been in that bed for 2 weeks. Time to get back to the land of the living. I walked to Seneca's side and offered her my arm. My lady. She rolled her eyes but wrapped her left arm around my right. Guess I should let everyone else know I'm alive, right? Probably be a good idea. We exited the room, talking quietly about plans as we roamed the halls. Macron and the mage's cleansing of the fortress had indeed cleared out any hint of the monster who used to reside here. There was no lingering hint of his magic or his cruelty. I hesitated each time we entered a new hall or room, but no memories crashed into me. I was at peace. So this wedding of ours, Seneca mused as we came to a stop at the balcony overlooking the main entrance. When were you hoping it would take place? As soon as we can. Aha, she mused, trailing her fingers along my shoulder. So tonight? Tonight? Why not? No point in waiting, right? And Her cheeks burned bright red as she tilted her head and gave me a funny look. You being old-fashioned is driving me nuts, all right. And yeah, I'd like to marry the guy they first loved before another war breaks out or one of us almost dies again. I grinned and leaned in, her breath catching as I barely brushed my lips against hers. Then tonight it is. Great, that's great. She kissed me, then backed away with a teasing smile. I'm going to see about getting that new hand, or a temporary hand. Some sort of hand, she rambled. I'll take care of everything else. See you at midnight. The garden. She brightened, bobbing her head excitedly. Gardens will be perfect. Then she spun on her heel and hurried away. I laughed to myself as steps approached from behind me. She's awake, Shane commented. I turned to find him standing with Marley and Owen. She is. I need your help. Owen's eyes narrowed, and I wondered if it was a good idea having him around. But he said he was happy for Seneca and me, accepted that I was, in fact, the good guy. And the right guy for her. And what might that be, he growled. I need to plan a wedding by midnight. Shane shouted as he hugged me. Marley nodded in approval. Owen took a second longer than them to react, but he bowed his head, a small smile playing across his face. It's about time she was happy, he told me. What do you need? For the next several hours, those who could be in the sunlight rushed around Madwich while the rest of us kept busy at the fortress, gathering decorations, calling in everyone who might be able to help with the food and preparations. Helena and Minnie tucked Seneca away, so there wasn't a chance of my seeing her before the ceremony. Around 11, Marley found me and dragged me away to my room to get ready. On the bed was a formal set of black breeches, black shirt, black overcoat, boots, and dark blue vest. He told me not to leave the room until they came to get me. I wanted to argue, but he gave me a stern look and disappeared. I took my time changing, smiling all the while. I was getting married. It was strange, but damned was I happy. We survived the war, we killed Rudarius, and though there might be rough roads ahead, Seneca and I would face it all together. Once I was ready, I smoothed my hands through my hair and paced around the room, waiting. The minutes ticked by too damn slowly. Eventually, Marley and Shane fetched me, both in formal wear matching mine, except all black. The gardens await, Shane said with a wink. What did you two do? Don't worry. She's going to love it, Marley promised. We wound our way through the fortress, empty, except for a few people here and there. As we exited and marched across what had been a bloody battlefield just 2 weeks ago, music drifted along the night breeze. Soft strings played a sweet melody. Tables were scattered all around the garden and Seneca's cottage. A newly constructed dance floor was just outside the garden gate. More tables of food and wine stretched off to the right and left of the gate. All the guests were already seated in chairs filling the garden. Heaters were scattered about to chase back the chill of the night. Macron waited for me under the branches of the oak tree as the orbs of light floated around us, greens and blues, even a few vibrant violets. We are ready to begin, he announced. I took my place, Shane and Marley behind me. The music changed to a softer tune, and the back door to the cottage opened. I straightened, clenching my jaw as everyone turned. Minnie and Helena exited first, both wearing dark blue dresses that trailed behind them. They found their seats in the front row, the blind seer giving me 2 thumbs up. Helena offered an encouraging smile. Then another figure appeared in the doorway. I stilled. Seneca was beyond beautiful, in the pale moonlight and flickering candlelight of the garden. Her long red hair lay loose over her shoulders. A simple silver chain adorned her neck, and a circlet rested atop her head, twisting and twining like a tree branch. The gown of emerald brought out her eyes and trailed behind her. It hugged her curves, the corset top intricately detailed with dark threads and beads. The bouquet in her hands was a simple gathering of white hydrangeas. Long green gloves reached to her elbows, but there was definitely a hand in the right one. I glanced to Macron, hoping he read the gratitude in my eyes. Then Seneca had my full attention again. She walked toward me, and I grinned wider to see her barefoot beneath the gown. When she reached me, Helena took the bouquet. I held Seneca's hands as she nibbled her bottom lip, eyes shining. "You clean up well, old man?" she teased. "Not so bad yourself." Macron cleared his throat loudly, and we laughed as we turned to him. "If we can begin." Seneca and I nodded, and let him conduct the ceremony. Sometime in the later hours of the morning, I awoke, glancing at the closed curtain in Seneca's bedroom. She slept quietly at my side, shifting closer but stayed asleep. I kissed her shoulder, then tugged the blankets up higher to keep her warm. Last night was fresh in my mind, and I grinned as I took in the mess of the bedroom. My clothes were scattered on the floor. Her dress was haphazardly thrown over the dresser mirror. One of the gloves ended up on the fan blade. Her new golden hand curled against my chest, and I sank back to the bed, drawing her in. "You okay?" she murmured, not even opening her eyes. "Just about perfect, love. Go back to sleep." She mumbled something else, but then was out once again. I contented myself with watching her, feeling her heartbeat, hearing her steady breathing. She was alive. None of this was a dream. Seneca and I were alive. And married. I smiled, wishing my father had been there to see it. It was time to start a new legacy of my own now. A vampire and a dark fae. Never would have seen this one coming.
Chapter 13. Seneca. 6 months later. I opened the door to our bedroom and closed it quietly behind me, grinning. Draven leaned on the dresser, head hanging, muttering to himself. "Hey," I finally said, and he jumped. "Wow, you really are freaking about this." "Not freaking out," he argued as I reached him. He kissed me sweetly. "Nervous." "Why?" "It's a big deal, and frankly, I had no idea this was going to happen." I pulled him over to the large mirror and sighed. "Not sure how you didn't see this coming. Who else would they choose?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Nathaniel? Someone else. Anyone else. But they chose you, and hey, at least they like me now." He shook his head as he spun around to face me. "That's it. I can't do this." "Yes, you can." I marched into the massive closet we'd added to our bedroom and searched for the crimson cloak needed for the ceremony about to take place. After our wedding, while I continued to heal from my internal wounds and the tears to my soul, Draven went to work reshaping Rudarius's fortress. It had remained here in the human realm after the rift closed. As such, we claimed it as our new home and the new central location for the Bleeding Crown Coven. It had taken time to get it the way we wanted, but now it was finished. There was no more dungeon or torture chamber. The throne room had been turned into a massive garden, and our room was as big as my whole cottage. And Draven even kept his promise about the fields surrounding our new home. The orchard had been planted, as had a massive garden. Plans for a greenhouse were underway. A few years from now, this whole place would look exactly as I hoped. With the addition of a giant fortress as my house, of course. I'd been worried it wouldn't feel like home, but after being here so long, I couldn't imagine going anywhere else. Draven being here made it our home. And being near him had helped the healing process along. Macron had voiced his concern a few times, but then saw for himself how our being together, truly together, was patching the bits of me the magic had torn away. They'd been replaced by the true love between me and Draven. If I'd had any lingering doubts about my happiness, they disappeared months ago. With the cloak in hand, I went back to find Draven pacing. "Come here, you're expected in a few minutes." He growled, annoyed. I raised my brow, and he gave in. I turned him so he faced the mirror, and draped the cloak across his shoulders, moving around to tie it in the front. What if I mess up? Draven, you managed to unite the covens and stop a war. Have some faith in yourself. He captured my hands, his gaze falling to my shimmering right one, crafted from an alloy of gold and pure mage magic. It felt like a real hand, moved like a real hand. Most days I forgot it wasn't my hand. Guilt appeared in Draven's eyes, and I stood on my toes to kiss it away. Stop it. You did what you had to do. It's just a hand. You're the one who stopped Rudarius, he whispered. And you think I could have done anything I did without you? You know better. He hung his head, but I kissed him again, wrapping my arms around his neck. He crushed me to his chest, and backed me into the nearest wall with a growl. If we didn't need to be on our way to the ceremony, I would have been more than happy to give in, but if we weren't down there soon, they'd come looking. I pulled back with a laugh as he sighed. You'll be fine. And I'll be right there the whole time. Yes, you are, because you are also being named as leader. Wait. What? It's tradition. You're my bride, and therefore you're also to be named as leader of this coven. I ground my teeth as he walked to the mirror and adjusted the heavy cloak. When were you planning on telling me this? Once we were downstairs. What? You're already dressed. Why do you think I asked for a lavish gown for tonight? It's your ceremony too. What am I going to do with you? Be with me for eternity. I tilted my head back and forth, then yanked him around so I could kiss him again. Deal. Now come on or we'll be late. Ceremony, I reminded him and took hold of his arm. So demanding, he whispered as we left our room. I like it. I growled right back at him as he laughed. We walked through the fortress, and down the main stairs leading to the double doors of the new throne room. He nodded to me, and together we stepped inside. The entire Bleeding Crown coven, along with other guests, filled the hall. We took our time walking down the long aisle leading to the platform, and the 2 chairs placed upon it. Nathaniel and Macron were both there waiting for us. Nathaniel grinned at us both, then shifted his gaze to Draven. You have come before the Bleeding Crown coven to claim the rightful title of our ruler. Do you swear to do all in your power to keep them safe? I do, Draven declared firmly. Do you swear to uphold our laws? I do so swear. And do you, Draven, swear from this day forward to never falter in your duties as our ruler? To be there when we need you most? To guide us through our darkest days? Draven hesitated for a split second, then bowed his head. I swear to do all that is asked of me. Nathaniel beamed at him, then stepped aside as Macron came forward. He placed his hand on Draven's chest and closed his eyes. Draven barely flinched as Macron's hand glowed, then faded almost as quickly. He stepped back, and Draven turned as he opened his shirt to reveal the brand on his chest. The vampires behind us clapped and cheered to see the bleeding crown, finally replacing the burned-on sigil Rudarius placed there so long ago. Draven closed his shirt and turned to me, taking my hands in his. As ruler of the Bleeding Crown coven, it is my duty to find a suitable wife, which I have done, he said with a smile. And to make her a part of this family. Seneca, Dark Fae of the Sarin, do you swear to always be loyal to the Bleeding Crown coven? I do so swear. And will you do whatever is in your power to keep them safe? To uphold our laws and guide them through their darkest days? To be at my side forever and always? I squeezed his hands as I replied, I will do all that is asked of me. His lips twitched, and he glanced to Macron, who bowed his head and came toward me this time. He held his hand toward my chest, and a feeling of completeness filled me as his palm glowed. Macron held out a small mirror to me so I could see it fully. When I looked, a small sigil was there matching the one on Draven's chest. Or mostly matching it. Draven's brow furrowed as he glanced to me, then Macron. What's wrong? I asked, wondering why there were different lines where the blood dripped from the crown. They twisted and turned like vines, curling up through the crown too. And there at its center was a crescent moon. New legacy indeed, Draven whispered and smiled. He flinched, then hurried to undo his shirt. The bleeding crown that had been there before shifted and changed right before our eyes so it matched mine. What is this? I asked Macron, worried I messed everything up. Is this bad? No, Macron replied. This is the future, your future together. The start of a new era for the coven you two will form. To our rulers, Nathaniel called loudly. Long may they reign. Rulers? Draven's eyes widened too, but the hall exploded in more applause and shouting of Nathaniel's words. Covens never had kings. Draven leaned in and whispered to Nathaniel, but he merely nodded to the rear of the room. One by one, the leaders of the vampire covens entered and approached. Wendell led the way, and when he sank to one knee bowing his head, Draven froze. My lord, he uttered with a wink. Carter was right behind him and did the same. Theo and Vince followed their lead, and lastly came a new vampire, one I hadn't met yet. She too sank to one knee but looked up at Draven, sadness in her eyes. Petra was weak, and I can never ask you to forgive her, but I hope you will learn to trust me. Bianca, yes? Draven asked. Yes, lord. You and yours fought against Rudarius. There is no question of your loyalty or theirs. Though, he said as he turned around to glare at Nathaniel, there is a question of what you all are doing. Wendell looked up with a huge grin on his face. Who else would we follow, eh? Draven seemed at a loss for words. We were fools to never think we needed a good ruler, Vince told him. Rudarius was able to move into that void, and look where it got us. Fighting amongst ourselves, and leading to a war that could have destroyed everything. We need a ruler, Draven, and you'll make a fine one. You and your queen. He bowed to me and I smiled softly. Right, Draven said, nodding as he reached for my hand. What do you say? Ready to be a queen? I don't think they're giving us much of a choice, I whispered, and the coven leaders laughed at my statement. So yeah. Why the hell not? Good. Now then, to the festivities. Wendell asked as he stood. Draven clapped him on the shoulder. Always one for celebrating. Time for a feast, he announced to the hall. As everyone filed out of the room excitedly, he pulled me with him behind the thrones and into a small secluded alcove. Well, my queen, this is certainly not what I expected. Me neither. It's gonna be fun though, right? Fun? Yeah, fun. His eyes darkened as he held me close. You and I have a very different idea of fun. I smirked wickedly as I trailed my fingers down his branded chest. I leaned in closer and whispered against his ear, the feast can wait. Our laughter trickled out from the alcove as the festivities started without us. That was just fine by me. Now, I was going to be ruling alongside the man who stole my heart away and put me back together. The man I would never be parted from.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.